Okay. Alright, I apologize, chat, for this almost an hour lengthy starting soon screen. Right as I started up the stream, I was like, alright, let me go ahead and do the devotional thing with the family for Shabbat today and everything like that. And the food for dinner also came at the same time. So it was kind of like a, like a bam, bam, bam. Everything just kind of coming out at the same time. I'm showing you how to get rid of them. It's funny, growing up I used to hate cheese pizzas. Now as an adult, it's actually one of the more favorite ones of mine. Ooh. I especially apologize to all the pillow pipe smokers that might have come through here. If you're watching the video later on and then you're skipping through it, and you happen to be like, why is it almost an hour long for the screen? I do apologize again. Like I said, I was doing a bit of Bible study before we started up the stream fully. Like I started it up, but I was like, oh, it won't take us but just a few minutes to do that. And then literally right as we were wrapping that up, dinner was coming, and I was like, okay, well, I might as well help grab it in and bring it in the food and do all that. And so that's what I was doing. So oof. Man, that went down a little rough. One of the other things I want to maybe do today, though, is depending on how everything goes after we smoke a couple pipe bowls, and talk about the different blends that I got that I was meaning to do videos on for like the first impressions. Excuse me, and so forth and so on. And I did a live stream when I first got them, but I mean, I left the video up. I just didn't care for it as much because I thought, man, we could have done a lot better. We could have actually made that whole thing flow better, feel better, everything like that. And it just kind of felt like everything was a little rushed to a degree. Because I had a bunch of other stuff I had to do that day as well. So with that being said, going all day. With that being said, I was like, you know, I want to actually be able to, I want to be able to actually, you know, sit down and, you know, enjoy hanging out with everybody, you know, do the pipe stream and stuff like that. How about the tobacco? Then I was like, you know, I'll do a little bit of like Tamba or something like that after the stream, or, you know, not after the stream, but after the YouTube portion of it, because I was going to wrap it up and then go to that. Ideally is what the plan was originally. I think what I'm going to do now, at least this is what I've come up with, is that I'm going to go ahead and do the pipe portion of this, but because it is Shabbat, in a few hours, like an hour at most, probably, sun will be down. I think maybe we'll do a little Bible segment where I'll read out of the Bible for a bit and you know, talk and ask some reflection questions to everybody there in chat, whether it be over on YouTube or over on Rumble, and ask the questions from out of the Bible. Which, while I'll be using the Bible on my phone primarily, excuse me. Just because I tend to have an easier time, I have an easier time kind of like, you know, going over on this guy. I will have it set up though for on the screen for you guys to be able to read along with me in the Bible. So. So obnoxious. So fucking obnoxious. I'll tell you that right now, chat. It's weird that it says we got a missed day on there when I did that one the other day with the family, I thought. So, we'll probably go over, I think, because I've done a few of these the way I have. I think I might end up doing the devotional thing through on the screen. Let's see if it can pull up the plans through the Bible app. I do kind of find it dumb that Mike Winger is being as, David Wood's already a good example of why you shouldn't. Like, go listen to what he tells you about the guy, and it's a big reason why Mike Winger is kind of like a okay type of tool. But the whole like hate that he's throwing YouVersion right now, and like effectively boycotting them because of the whole passion thing. And it's like, look, man, that's still not all of their fault. You know what I mean? That's not like the whole app's fault. It's like, don't use that thing. You know what I mean? Like, just don't use the passion thing. I already got a bowl loaded too, by the way, chat. I got some of the Low Country vanilla loaded in the Baracini here. So, after I get done eating, I'll go wash my hands up, spark up the Baracini pipe, and we'll get into talking about the tobaccos. And then once once the sun goes down, we'll do Shabbat live. And again, I start it tonight as you would normally do for regular Shabbat. It goes till sundown tomorrow. However, I also then honor the Sunday, because I know that there are people that go, well, yeah, but you know, that's Old Testament. You're supposed to go with Sunday since it's New Testament, and that's not true. That was something that the Catholic Church decided to do a long time ago. Really, Fluffy? Come on, guys. I'm really getting tired of you guys doing dumb shit like this. Like, that made no fucking sense why that cat does the dumbest thing like that to go up that way. I do promise we'll get into the smoking here in just a moment. I know everybody's probably like, I thought this was going to be a pipe smoking stream, not a pizza eating stream. I know. Like I said, my dinner ended up coming right as we were starting up everything. Same as usual. Same as usual. So. Yeah, that's Fluffy in the window. That was what I was annoyed with, because she literally wouldn't just walk around the other side of Zephyr and just go up the other way that she normally goes. So instead, she like freaked out and went up a different way and caused such a huge issue. So I don't know why she did that, but legitimately, it's like most of them are irritated because I have moved a lot of the boxes that were by the window originally, because like I didn't want all the boxes by the window. Do that, and now the cats act like they have no way to get up the window a normal way. So, yeah. But Fluffy tends to take the window the most from everyone. Whew. Okay. Trying to. Yeah, I don't know why she. It's like, so I used to have like 3 or 4 boxes over by like the front, by the wall right there, right underneath that picture, and they would be kind of lined up so she could go up that way. And right now there's a bunch of stuff right here on the edge of the coffee table, and it's literally in a really inconvenient place. So I'm so tired of these fucking absolute faggots with these bikes, man. Like, I get it. We all know you like to take a dick in the ass. We get you're a fag, but could you stop with your fucking Harleys around the fucking place? Like, seriously, jeez, oh Pete's. Tell me you're a fucking faggot without telling me you're a faggot. Seriously hate Harley riders, dude. Actually, in general, I just tend to hate motorcycles anymore. They're loud, obnoxious, and fucking stupid. And most of the retards around here that ride them anyways ride them without a helmet, and I'm like, just please fucking hit a really bad bump and fucking splat over the fucking pavement, please. Because I would lose no fucking sleep. I don't care about 2 shits about hearing their family cry, oh my god, my poor little baby. Well, maybe your baby should have worn a fucking helmet and not been so gay and driving a motorcycle or a jacked up truck. Like, quite literally. Most of it is done by literally the gayest guys I've ever seen in my entire life. And I think Harleys are just like some of the gayest sounding bikes in the world. Same with dirt bikes. Like, most of these people that ride motorcycles like this are just all fucking, just absolute gay as shit. They all obviously take a dick in the fucking mouth and ass. And look at the way they fucking dress, too. I mean, shit. They look like absolute fucking retards as it is. It's like, who the fuck dresses like that and think that's actually smart or fashionable? It's like they look so gay in it. Okay, so this is what I really hate about YouTube. So, we're using literally copyright music, or copyright-free music, right? From a playlist. I literally typed in copyright-free music. So, I mean, it's just such gayness. So gay. Yeah, we get your fag. We get it. So, using copyright-free music, I was getting hit with a fucking a thing there. Now I don't know, Fox, if it was making it hard to see the stream or not, but it was quite literally telling me that I was playing somebody else's music, that they had to allow me on their channel, like they allowed channels to can use their content. And I'm like, okay, here's my problem with that though. It's copyright-free music. It's meant so that you could play it, so that way if you have it in the background, like so maybe you're playing a game or whatever while you're streaming, right, chat, that this wouldn't fucking affect your channel. And it's like, every time I turn around, now see, it's gone. Like, now, literally, the thing is literally missing now. Like, the thing is gone. YouTube AI detection on music is dumb. I don't know how music channels stream people music. I don't know either, because especially when I just saw, like, on my thing on the dashboard, it says that unless I'm allowed by this other channel, I'm not supposed to, like, use their music. So I changed the playlist. Same station, by the way. It's called Einwine Station. The other one didn't have it in there, but on the album it was called No Copyright Music, like this one is called. In the title of this one, though, it says Jazz Music, Royalty-Free Background Cafe Music. Okay, so I had one that just said the same fucking thing. So I decided, fuck it, let's go ahead, throw it on. And this one is acting as if it's the same one I just played, or something I played before, because it's like already almost an hour in. And I've never played this one before. So weird. When you type in a copyright-free jazz playlist, at the very bottom of it was like Brightburn, the movie, like reaction. I'm like, wow, how is that even in there? But yeah, no, honestly though, I 100% agree with you though, Fox. I don't understand how other YouTube channels get away with doing the music like that. Wow, we're really gonna get a Shrek 5? Oh, wow. I have zero clue how YouTube AI detection moderation detects music, but they doing shitty crap to the streams of not knowing broadcaster play their not. Yeah, and this is why I have been saying, like, again, I'm going to start making my own music again. I just haven't started doing it again yet. I'm going to start doing it. I have to, because it's getting out of hand. Honestly, it literally is getting out of hand. That every time I turn around, like right now, I'm constantly having to literally go to my fucking YouTube page and pull it up. Now, mind you, Rumble does not have that same issue. It doesn't even make sense. I can even play copyrighted music on Rumble, and it still won't get detected like it fucking does over on YouTube. And I've asked some people over on Rumble, like, how is that, possible? Because I've seen other big channels do the same thing, right? They play their, like, favorite music and stuff like that in the background because they keep it so low, and that's not the point of their channel. Like, that's not the point of their content, right? So then Rumble doesn't go, oh, well, yeah, but see, you're stealing somebody's music and using it to promote your No, they're not. They're playing music like anybody else would in the background. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, now, let's say if I had my channel be a music channel and I was just playing other people's music, Rumble then would be like, hey, that's not okay. Like, it's full blast. Everybody's fucking listening to it. Obviously, this is somebody else's music. It's not like at a starting soon or anything like that. You're literally just making your stream the whole time. That music, please, then come at me for that. You know what I mean? Like, totally. But I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I do the starting part, lower it down, pop on the camera, and just like I would be doing a reaction video, you have the video a little bit lower. That's why I always hate it when people bitch about, well, it's still, well, okay, but you know what? You want to watch the video that I'm watching, you go pull it up yourself. I always link them in the channel. I always tell people to go look up the video, blah, 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 and watch it with me. This is why, because at the end of the day, I don't get in trouble by them being like, oh, guys, let me have it blasting and barely talk at all, like Hassan, and then be like, oh, yeah, guys, we're going to react to the content, and like have no really reaction to it or like input or anything like that, but practically just re-upload their content. That's effectively what like Rumble and YouTube don't want. But YouTube, and I agree with you on that one, is like YouTube just doesn't fucking decide what's a good way of deciphering that shit. Like, you accidentally maybe, do fair use. It could get hit for that from the AI thing, or somebody could fucking try to copyright strike you like Mohammed Hijab does to Avery, aka God Logic. It's ridiculous. Give me 1 second here, too, chat. I'm gonna go wash up my hands real quick, take out my plate. Alright, sorry guys, we're just trying to also cool off the cats real quick because it has been really warm in here, so we're just trying to cool off the cats really fast. Just give me 1 second here. Yeah, no, so that's what I get all the time as well, Fox. And then literally, if like when you're live, like I was just now when I was playing the music, it was like, oh, you're not on the channel's allowed list. So then what you have to do is you have to contact like channels and be like, hey, can you put me on your allowed list so I can use your content and blah, 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 blah. And 90% of those people never fucking get back to you, right? Like unless you're like collaborating with somebody, a lot of times they're not going to get back to you because they're like, one, especially if you're a small content creator like us, they don't give two shits about stuff like that. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, it's hard to combat a thing like that because you have constantly, you know, like you said, you have the, you know, YouTube being like, oh, you're playing copyright music, even if you don't even have it playing, and or if you don't have the track even going through the thing, but it somehow detects it. It's like, dude, you know, like, how the fuck does that work? And it used to be even worse with, like, video games. When I would play Metal Gear Solid 2, if, like, let's say The Best Is Yet to Come or anything by Henry Gregson Williams would play at all during the game, oh, I'm copyrighted. And it's like, well, what am I supposed to do? Just play the fucking game with no, like, soundtrack playing at all? It takes away from the emotion of, like, the dialogue or the gameplay. Like, it would be like playing Doom 2016 and being told, by the way, you gotta turn off all of Mick Gordon's music, which, by the way, they did try that. They did try to, like, it would copyright strike the shit out of people in the early days. And I was lucky because, for whatever reason, they didn't go after, like, PlayStation streamers of it. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, like, I never got hit. But every one of my friends that played on Xbox or played it on fucking PC, oh, they were dinged, dude. They all got dinged for playing 2016 Doom and Mick Gordon's music in the background. And I didn't get dinged, but I may be constantly afraid that, like, it could happen at any point in time. Because it's like, if you turn off 2016 Doom's music, which has happened to me if you play in, like, arcade mode or anything like that, the game loses so much fun. Because the music is literally driving you to keep playing the game. Okay. Whew. Yeah, Zeffy needed some water on him. He was getting a little overheated there, chat. So we had to do all that. And yeah, so here in a bit, what I'm going to do is we're going to read from the Bible, as well as I'm going to be doing, I wanted to show you guys the devotionals that they have through the YouVersion Bible app, and how they actually, help with, guiding you with prayer, learning to be better about studying the Bible, how to interpret certain things that are in the Bible that maybe, when you read it one way, you're like, oh, I didn't realize that's what that meant. And then you read it again another way, you're like, oh, now I get it, right? So I wanted to do things like that for today's stream. And then we'll do some gaming afterwards today. Now, one of the other reasons why I've been wanting to do things like this is because I think that, there's a lot of culture Christians going out right now. And what a culture Christian is somebody who's just doing it because it's trendy, right? Or that it's popular right now. Since we unfortunately lost Charlie Kirk, I've seen a steady rise in what I call the culture Christian. It's the Christian who is going to church now and thinks it's cool to be a Christian. But when the next religion comes back to be cool or whatever it is, they'll go to that. They're not really devoted to Jesus or God. They don't have the Holy Spirit in them. There's a point of it which, Paul himself says that so long as that they're preaching Jesus' name, what does it matter? And my point is kind of like the taco thing. Noah from Taco Talks, which is that if you're going to preach about Jesus, you need to be preaching the right Jesus and the one that saves, not a false doctrine or gospel. Because if you do that, you have a false Jesus, and that Jesus does not save you. If you believe through works you are saved, you are not going to be saved. If you believe that through, doing certain deeds will get you into heaven, right? Like the Seventh-day Adventists who believe that you got to do all this good work. You got to constantly be doing work. Same with Mormons, right? Mormons follow a very similar route too. And it's really funny too, because I don't call Mormons Christians, especially not anymore. Like I used to, there's like some older videos I'm sure you'll see of me where I used to believe that a Mormon could be a Christian. And I want to give my reasoning for this too. Alright? There is this really good testimony from an ex-Mormon. And his name is Mark. YouTube. I want to get this. Oh, Carolina Kirk is still on. Nice. Another new pipe smoker channel that's out there. Also, yeah, Iran broke the deal. War is back. They fucked around for the last time. Great. Looked like war is back on the menu, boys. Today or tomorrow, okay, nice. New Nux video. You guys know I'm gonna do this definitely. Where is a copy link? Why can't I copy the link? Share, copy, close, Rumble, put my YouTube channel over here, New tab really quick. That's the new Nux video for anybody who wants to go check out Nux's new video chat. I'm dropping it in the chats on both Rumble and YouTube, so if you guys want to go check it out, I highly recommend it. Nux's videos are always banger. He always makes some of like the best content. What do you mean? There's a problem with somebody. There we go. Fuck you. I think I might have spelled the name wrong. Delafe. My bad. It's Delafe. Alright, so videos. I gotta scroll down a little bit here, chat. Just give me a moment, because we watched a bunch of these testimonies together, my family and I. There's a lot of good ones on here. Yeah, like there's like the former Jehovah's Witness one here. I'm looking for Mark's, so I'll probably post his wife, his, and his son's, Micah's. Micah's, though, I have to constantly find that a different way because it is not listed under the Delafe testimonies. Why do I feel like I'm missing Mark's already? There's a 7-day Adventist leader. Oh yeah, the Marcus Lewis one, that's so sad. Let's see here. Okay, so here's the white. Okay, there they are. And that one looks like Micah, but that's not Micah. Okay, so I want to open this up in a new tab just so I can pull it up.
And so,
okay.
somebody knocks on my door. It was the Mormon missionaries. But as I grew older, we attended a kind of a hellfire and damnation desire. It would eventually counting to love the Lord. 5 she was 16 and the Bill family. We could not. I was born in a family that was believers. My mom was just a wonderful.
Michael Wilder, that's his name, Michael. So that's right. It's not Mark, it's Michael. Is the name of the father, Michael Wilder. And then his wife. I forget her name.
Period.
See if I get Dr. Lynn Wilder. Okay, so that's right. Her name is Dr. Lynn Wilder. Boom! Perfect! There's Micah's. There's their son. Okay, so the reason why I say you gotta watch all 3 of these, chat, is because if you don't, you're not gonna understand the context of this this whole thing here, right? So you got, I recommend, right? Let's go with what would be the first one we should go with? All right, let's go with Micah's first. All right, so Micah's is gonna be the first one we wanna drop in here, chat, because this is gonna be the one I think that if you watch it, you're going to be kind of like hit right in the feels. If you are a hell, I'd even say maybe even if you aren't religious, right? It might hit you in the feels, depending on how you are, depending on your type of background, things of that nature. Here is this video here. So that's Micah's. Now we're gonna go with the father here, Michael. And if you guys can, grab these videos that I'm posting and take them and make sure to open them up later on or even right now, and then that way you can have them open up on your PC or even have it in your history on your YouTube as well. So that way you guys can go check out all these videos that I'm posting you guys right now. They are phenomenal testimonies. I have been really impressed by the level of production and care that these guys go through to get all this stuff to actually be coherent and give you that feeling of these people aren't just doing this because they think, oh man, we might make some good money off this. They're doing it because they literally do think that they are helping bringing people to to Jesus and to God. And I also recommend these channels too if you guys are interested in ever learning about apologetics or polemics in Christianity. There you guys go. And then I'm gonna give you guys one more that we'll do. Road Show Apologetics. This is David Wood's channel here. He has One Punch Man as his thing there. But yeah, like I said, guys, go check out these videos. Like I said, channels as well. Be sure to just, like I said, go and drop the if you guys can, drop the channels all. Go in there and just, like I said, open up the videos, have them in your history so that way you can go back and watch them later after the stream if you want to do it that way. Because I won't be doing the ex-Mormon ones today on the stream. When we do the Bible reading here in a little bit, we got this going on, and I'm going to link it into the chat for you guys as well. Copy link. So, I figure we'll do something like this here. We'll do the reading first, right? We'll go through all the reading on here that we have, and then do it that way. So there we go. We'll do the readings for this first, is what I like to do. And then we'll do the devotional. There'll be about a little, small video we'll watch from The Chosen. And then down here, there'll be another small video. This is from the Bible Project. And these are just the things I think would be fun to do with you guys as well. Especially with the fact that oftentimes one of the biggest questions we get asked, about doing all this stuff is, why do I choose to, smoke my pipe when I'm reading the Bible or doing all this other stuff like that, predominantly more so than usual, predominantly more so than I would normally be smoking or be inclined to do so. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that when I'm smoking my pipe and I'm reading the Bible, and I'm as it says, it's a meditative literature, you mutter to yourself about the words, you're contemplating about the words, you're pondering the words, and then you converse with other Christians or other people about the meaning of these words. And this is how you grow and learn to do different interpretations of the Bible. And because, again, there's a lot what is to be said about the Bible is that there is multiple interpretations of a lot of different verses. Sometimes a verse could have just one or two main ways of interpreting it. But there are other ones that maybe you can interpret it this way, maybe when you're sad, maybe you can interpret it differently when you're happy, maybe you can also interpret it differently when you're angry. These all can play into effect of how a piece of scripture can affect your life. It also matters whether or not are you calm, are you seeking answers, or are you just reading? If you're just reading, you're not going to get the things that you think that everybody else is getting out of the Bible just by reading the book. It's not like, oh, I read the book and then all of a sudden I just feel great. No, I'm actively seeking something out of the Bible, and that's what makes me feel good once I find it, and once I feel that comfortingness of, of the Holy Spirit and so forth. And actually, if anybody even asked, yeah, actually this all does tie into my impressions of the tobacco. Because let me explain to you guys what happens here, right? So if I have a really, really good tobacco that I really enjoy smoking, and I think that actually really helps invoke the brain really well, such as something like Seattle Pipe Club Plum Pudding, okay? This guy right here, once I'm smoking it, and usually out of my my Zulu over here, right? So this is, I do believe it's a Zulu. It links on the pipe list I got up on the wall right over there. This looks like a Zulu from the description and stuff like that, but that's what happens when you buy basket pipes from stores that don't have fucking anything listing on them. However, though, I do enjoy this pipe a lot. I specifically like using it for Englishes. After smoking all the plum pudding I've smoked out of it, I did try to smoke some Prince Albert and some Carter Hall the other day out of it, and it did not taste nearly as good as it usually does, because there was so much ghosting from the English in it that I couldn't taste the Prince Albert or the Carter Hall as I normally would. It was kind of unique. But this has been one of my favorites right here to smoke when I'm reading, and I really want some deep, deep contemplation, right? If I really am just like, I'm sitting there and I'm just like, quite literally just, like I'm literally just sitting here with my pipe just, like I'm just ripping and I'm like staring at the screen, right? There'll be a point where like the pipe will get a little hot, I'm like, oh, okay, I'm like, okay, I'm hitting it a little too hard, and I'll set it down, and then I'll sit here and I'll think about the words, let it kind of flow over me a little bit more, and I'll be like, okay. And maybe I'll go out there and I'll ask them something, or maybe I've even asked you guys something, and then I'll be like, what do you guys think about this, right? And this is why I've been trying to encourage you guys more to chat more in the chat, because if I ask you questions about theology, I want responses. I don't care if you don't like Christianity or not. Give me your best responses, you know? Like, let's have a conversation. We don't need to have a debate whether or not you believe or not to believe. I'll leave that to Avery. He can go convert you to Christianity. Sure as shit ain't gonna convert anybody to Muslim or Islam. That shit is stupid. Anybody who's dumb enough to believe in a pedophile as somehow an epitome of how you should live your life, you know, what is it, Surah 454, where it says you're allowed to beat your wife if she gets out of line. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's a good book to live your life by, isn't it, guys? Whereas, literally, if you are to be even an atheist and you were to live your life by the rules of the Bible, your life will be better. Even if you're not religious, just letting you know that. Right? It's an actual factual study that's been done, that those that live their life by the Bible, and even if they're not religious, they tend to have a better life than those that don't. So, there's obviously some merits to it. But I think a lot of people get confused. We talked about this the other day. Matt, what a legendary question that Matt asked. Matt asked me, what was it, last week or this Monday? It was either this week or last week. He asked, no, it was this week. He asked me, why, he said, Cody, why is it that Christians, being who they are, why are they so overtly persecuted these days? And things like that, you know, why aren't people more like nicer to him? And I'm like, well, because Jesus told us that was going to happen. He straight up told us that, look, one, at the end days of the world, there will be a great falling off of the church. People who will claim to be Christian will not be Christian, or they'll leave Christianity and go to be as a Muslim. And it says that a good chunk of Christians will die by beheading. Well, whose favorite thing is to behead? Muslims. And I know there's gonna be people out there like, well, there's no such thing as a good person. You do realize that, right? The only good person that existed was Jesus. The Bible straight up tells you that there is no good except through Jesus. So unless you want to be, you know, Christ-like, then you're never going to be a good person. Like, that's like those things like, well, what if a monk, a Buddhist monk, lived a good life? Would he go to heaven? No, he'd go to hell because he didn't believe in Jesus. Now, I mean, that's a generalization because on the individual level, we don't know if God revealed himself at the last minute to that monk and he took on Jesus and things like that. However, he says that no one goes to the Father except through him. And ideally, that doesn't mean that, like, you never get to see the Father. No. It's that when you go to the Father, when you go to God, and you pay for your sins, you will either have Jesus have already paid for your sins, and you're going to just deal with that with God, right? And he's going to probably talk to you about, like, why did you still commit these things, even after my son did this for you? Things like that. I'm sure that's probably how it'll kind of go, right? Ideally, though, if somebody didn't believe, well, Jesus is just going to stand there and look at you and be like, well, I could have helped you, but you chose to reject me. Do you want to be that person? And then there's people that when I say something like that, they go, you're right, I really should be a Christian just because. No, you should be a Christian because you truly believe in Jesus and in God. Because if you do it just because you think it's the right thing to do, which, I mean, yes, objectively, it's the right thing to do, but you're not in it for the right reason. Your heart doesn't belong to Jesus. You may as well just be like Judas. And I know there's going to be people out there who be like, well, that's kind of harsh. You're right, but it's the truth. Like, Jesus literally tells you these things. It's like literally when I see people saying certain things that they're like, well, what if I live this kind of life? Would I go to heaven? No, you won't. Unless you believe in Jesus. And it's your faith alone, in Jesus alone, okay? In grace alone is what saves you. Not your works, not by, we take the sacrament, right? As technically, in air quotes, a Protestant. I'm technically what I would call a biblical Christian, but I take the sacrament. It says to do so in the Bible. I do not view that as a work, nor do I view that as, if I do this, I therefore am saved. Or by the baptism, right? When I got baptized, it wasn't, I get baptized, now I'm saved. No. Being baptized is a public display of saying, I have taken the name of Christ on. That's what that's meant to be about, right? So that's why I make that comment. The other thing too, right, is that I think that a lot of people, like kind of like how I was talking with Matt the other day, is that a lot of people, they don't like that they're being told that, the way you live life sucks and you shouldn't be living that way because you're being sinful, you're being blasphemous, and God doesn't like that. And instead they're like, yeah, but that means I can't have fun. So sorry, you can't be a debaucherous, degenerate fucking dipshit. Like, hey, yeah, let's go out and drink all the time, go sleep with every woman you see, blah, 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 blah. That'll get you in heaven, right? What are you, fucking Muslim? What are you, a fucking Mormon? Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, use your head, man. If you think that it sucks to have to live your life by the Bible, then it wasn't for you. You love this world too much. And while I say I love this world, I love the world because God, gave us such a beautiful creation, right? That's why. But ideally, this isn't the world we were meant for. We were meant to be with him. But we need to do that by choice, hence free will. Hell, I had the same kind of mentality that you would argue that Lucifer had if you go by certain type of theological discussions that they claim that, Satan was like, you should make them bow to you. And I'm like, fucking A, man, like, seriously, because letting us have free will has not done us very good. In fact, actually, I would argue that our free will has, detrimented us much more than it's benefited us. That's just my opinion, though, on that. There's a lot of people that go, well, yeah, but what about human rights? Human rights don't exist, honey. Those are just made-up concepts. Get over that. Rip that Band-Aid off now. It'll be much easier to deal with. Trust me. God gives you free will. That is the only right you have. These human rights that people want to spout about all the time, those don't exist. Those are man-made constructions, okay? Those are used to control retards. All right, that's why we had our constitutional rights, which were actually designed to create a free people designed out of the Bible. So that's why we need to go back to the Bible, okay? If we lived our lives by that way, we would probably have a much more functional society. Trying to put the rest of this one together here, chat. But when it comes though to the tobacco and how it's helped with a lot of dealing with a lot of that stuff, I will say that it has helped me with, you know, when I'm sitting there meditating, I've been able to feel like I'm processing the words in a much clearer manner. I feel like at times when I am reading also in the Bible when I'm smoking, that it brings a much deeper sense of calm than I do when I'm just smoking on its own, or if I'm just reading the Bible on its own. And I think honestly with that, that's just more so because I'm adding two very relaxing things to do together, and it creates a very, you know, kind of unique, almost like kind of like a high almost. And I've actually talked to a couple of other people about this. I said, you know, is it wrong to say that that you can feel high from reading the Bible? And it is something that can happen, you know? It can. One second. Won't sit with me. I try to get you to come sit with me on my shoulder when I'm sitting on a chair. You do not do it. Baggins, come on. Come in the window, Beans. Yeah, no. So that's what I mean. So she's... And when I go to sit down right here with her like that, she won't sit on my shoulder. She'll jump off onto your bed or wherever. And yep, she's like, and then Beans is, or Bun Buns is right here, huh, baby? Hey, who are you hissing at? Beans, you gotta behave, kid. I know, Bun Buns, you weren't doing anything, huh? You can get up in the window. Yeah, get up in the window, baby. Here, go up this way. Bun Bun, go that way. Go that way. Yeah. Silly girl. Here. Oh, fireworks going off. Scared the shit out of Fluffy. I was about to pick her up and she ran. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing fucking fireworks now when it's not even fucking July yet. I always find it retarded when crackheads do this shit. That's what happens when you live around a bunch of fucking meth heads, though. Like, legitimately, it's what happens when you live around a bunch of fucking retards. And then they get all butthurt when the fucking cops show up. They're like, oh, I was just doing fireworks. It's not 4th of July, fucking retard. Duh. Like, seriously, fucking absolutely ridiculous how stupid people are these days. Like, why the fuck would you be celebrating Juneteenth? You know what I mean? Like, it's such a dumb thing for that to be used for fireworks too. So it's like, I don't think that would be fireworks wise. So, you know what I mean? Like, I totally believe that it is somebody doing it because of it's close to 4th of July, and it's like, yeah, but it ain't 4th of July yet. And you could totally get in trouble for doing that too around here. Like, where we live, it's fireworks are actually banned usually predominantly throughout the year until we literally get to the end of the year, or 4th of July. See what I mean? Shoot off bottle rockets and stuff like that. That's again, such retarded crackheads, dude. Like, I don't understand how meth heads can afford places and stuff like that. How they're not always in just jail. Like, we really need to start cleaning up the fucking cities. All of them. Like, people that are, like, abusing drugs like that definitely do not deserve to have rights or be allowed to buy houses or things like that. It might sound harsh. Oh, well. Don't care. Okay. So we've got some of the low country vanilla. Now what I've done here, chat, was I took it out, the pound that I have of tobacco, out of this, and I put it into 4 of the glass jars that I have up top on the bookshelf, and I ended up having to put the rest of it into here. So this is the low country vanilla, and I wouldn't say it's bad tobacco in any regard. I know it has a very low rating. It's like a 2 out of 4 on the websites and stuff, like tobacco reviews and stuff. A lot of people have said that low country cherry apparently is fucking phenomenal, so I will definitely have to try that one out at some point. But if I was compared to like the Rattray's Bagpipers Dream, it's like nowhere near a comparison. There's a reason why I've already got like that much of my can missing, right? Because it's definitely been a solid tobacco. And I love that we got these coins and flakes in there, like that. We got a little coin, got some flake, and then you got ribbon cuts in here. Look how thick that flake is right there. Rub out some of those flakes into a good bowl there, and let's see here. I don't bury anymore. Because yeah, literally I had to go in here, take my hand a little bit, and just shift out some of the tobacco. Let's see if I can find any more of the medallions or anything like that hiding in here. Oh, there's some more chunks right there. Lots of oh, another medallion right there. Oh, goodness grief, look how beautiful that one is. It's a tiny little baby one. It's unraveling. Holy crap, that's how much it unraveled. But right next to it was sitting this big old chunk of black Cavendish too. So there's lots of good, beautiful chunks of tobacco in here that are just absolutely amazing. And very flavorful. The cognac that comes through this is actually so good. I'm not a fan of cognac, by the way. There's a vanilla with the cognac as well, and it's so good. I don't know how else to describe it other than it's a really good morning tobacco. You smoke that early in the morning, looking outside at the beautiful sunrise, things like that in the sky. You're tasting the the bright Virginia, give you that like bready taste with some of the citrus vibes of it. Then the black Cavendish gives you this beautiful sweetened vanilla kind of nuttiness to it as well, mixed with that cognac, and that cognac gives it such a unique liquor kind of taste. Like I'm not a big fan of cognac normally, but the way I can describe it is it almost reminds me of like a kind of caramel maybe even like toffee-ish kind of vibe with that vanilla. And now the vanilla sits through that bowl all the way through, just like I would say technically the vanilla in the Low Country Vanilla. Now, here's the thing about Low Country Vanilla, though. Low Country Vanilla has this chocolatey, nougaty taste. It doesn't just have vanilla. It really reminds me of like a kind of like knockoff of Peter Stokkebye's nougat. So, and it's funny because it's literally a Cornell and Deal line, Low Country, and it is literally one of their like budget-friendly ones. You know, like $21 to $26 for a pound of tobacco is absolutely an amazing deal. Now, I ain't gonna lie. If I can get myself 2 8-ounces of these, all right, get myself about a pound. That's about $80 right there. And plum pudding, I would do that. I would gladly have a pound of plum pudding that I could just grab with some cake, rub it out, load up with some bowls, and just go to town. That is why I'm also being sparing with it. Now, the other reason is because I went to go buy some Star of the East from the cigar lounge that I normally go to, the Refuge, and unfortunately, I go in there, and they were like, bro, we sold out the night before. I'm like, damn it. So I had to get some Autumn Evening. Now, don't get me wrong, I love my Autumn Evening. It's just that this does not have the nicotine kick that both Star of the East and Plum Pudding has. And I thought Star of the East would be a really good contrast to this, being that this is a Balkan English and the other one is just a plain English. And the other one tends to be a little bit heavier on the Orientals, whereas the, now I've heard some people say that the Plum Pudding does lean heavy into Orientals as well, but I find it leans heavier into the Black Cavendish a bit. Maybe that and the Latakia. It definitely doesn't use the Latakia as a condimental use. I have seen some people report that as that. I don't know why they think that it's just a condimental use of the Latakia. The Latakia does come through very robust and strong, but not to the point where it's overpowering or unpleasant in any way. In fact, I would argue that the Latakia in Plum Pudding tends to be a bit smoother than the Plum Pudding or the Latakia in Star of the East. That's just my 2 cents on it, though. And again, I'm still very new to pipe smoking, so this isn't like, oh man, I've been smoking for 20, 30 years, so you should definitely trust my palate. You know what I mean? Like, flavor is subjective as it is, but I would lean more to trusting people who have been smoking for far, far greater than I have. It's literally got a nougaty taste. It literally tastes like I'm eating like a Three Musketeers is what I kind of get vibes of. Especially, not only with the retrohale, but the aroma in the air is not vanilla, it's chocolate. It literally smells like chocolate nougat in this fucking house right now. Like as if I was making my own like Three Musketeer bars. And I gotta say, when I first got it, I was kind of like mixed on it. I was like, okay, it's good in some pipes, and some other pipes I don't really care for it as much, but being as I was getting low on my Prince Albert, my Carter Hall, I literally just had these little bags of the tobacco left, that's it. I was like, I need to have a burn through, as I call it, burn through tobacco. A tobacco that I can smoke where I'm like, look, I don't care if I end up accidentally cashing out that little last third of the bowl, or if I end up smoking it all the way to the bottom, or if I really, really enjoy the flavor or not. Because there were times I would smoke like Carter Hall, Prince Albert, and I wouldn't necessarily enjoy the flavor all the time. Like I really do love the two tobaccos, but sometimes like I was literally only smoking it to smoke because I wanted the nicotine, right? So I'm not enjoying the flavor, and it's because like it's not that the flavor is bad, it's because the way I was smoking it would cause it to not have the flavor, but to have like that cigarette kind of taste. But at the same time, I'm not even caring about it at that point. I'm like, I just want some fucking nicotine right now. Again, I vape, right? So there is a difference between me as a pipe smoker versus all the other pipe smokers you see on YouTube, for example, right? A lot of the pipe smokers tend to just be pipe smokers. Maybe they smoke cigars sometimes too, right? But ideally, they just smoke a pipe. I've only seen maybe one or two other ones that say that they smoke cigarettes as well. And they primarily smoke those. Oh, excuse me. And then they smoke a pipe when they actually want to relax at the end of the day. And to that, I mean, I can definitely understand that. You know, I definitely understand that that idea with that, right? It's like, you know, you don't want to sit there and, you know, maybe smoke a pipe bowl when you only get like 15 minutes on a break at best at work, right? Like maybe you were like me, you'll load your pipes up ahead of time. Maybe you'll take like 1 or 2 pipes with you, maybe even 3, and you'll have them preloaded just in case you end up ripping through those bowls really quickly, right? And then you end up smoking for maybe, let's say, you know, maybe you're in between 10 to 13 minutes. That way you have enough time to put out the bowl as you're like going back to the, you know, work, and then you run in, clock back in, and do whatever. You know, you get back to work, start doing your thing. You know, you're just busting stuff out like that, right? But then you go to your next break and you either finish that other bowl or you get a new bowl out and you can load it up and stuff like that. You know, that's fine, but I mean, it could be a little bit of a pain, right? You know, like I was saying, you gotta put out the bowl and everything else like that. Whereas with the cigarette, you know, take a couple puffs, maybe, you know, butt it out. Or, you know, if you got, you know, really, really cheapo cigarettes, like I've gotten some like Cheyennes and stuff like that, which are little cigars. And while you're just puffing them, you can still get a good, nice little nicotine buzz off of them. So you could be puff, 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 puff. Okay, well, I gotta go back to work. Throw that whole ass bitch. It was $1.36 for that pack. Whoopee! You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, I just wasted that. Like, granted, it might still kind of come across your mind like I do. Because I'm still like, that's $1.36, motherfucker. Like, I'm that type of chintzy motherfucker. I was like, I spent still $1.36. I'm still gonna go smoke that. So yeah, I would be like, yeah, I'm gonna go pick that up. You know. And I think a really big thing too that happens a lot with, like, you know, people that smoke like a pipe at work is that oftentimes they really only do it at lunch, you know, at best, or they just choose not to, right? But a lot of the guys that do smoke it at work, like on a pipe, I only see them really talk about smoking at lunch because it's like half hour, you know, you can go smoke at that point. Now, if you're waiting to go home to smoke afterwards, those are the ones that I'll say like they smoke 3 or 4 bowls as soon as they get home. And it does seem like that's a lot of tobacco at first. When you then think about it, the fact that our nicotine tolerance is way higher than, you know, the average person who's just probably smoked 1 or 2 bowls a week. There are some guys that say they do that, or I find that kind of weird. Not that you can't do it. I just don't understand this idea of only smoking like maybe once or twice a week. I enjoy smoking. You know, for me, it's like with most people, they enjoy drinking and having a good beer or having a good, whiskey on the rocks or rum on the rocks or maybe a rum and coke or whatever the case is, whatever their choice of poison is. Maybe that's their thing, right? They like to drink. I like to smoke. I don't know what it is. It's much way more relaxing for myself. And lately, I'm not gonna lie, I've also, like, the other reason why I haven't done as much content with the whole pipe stuff like that is because I have been using my vape way more than I care to mention. And a lot of that's, one, like I said, because I've been trying to use up the juice that's in it. But two, it's also because, quite literally, with the fact that I only have a little bit of the plum pudding, I don't want to have to go through as much. I really want to be able to save as much of this as possible for when I hopefully start my new job. That is my big goal, right? I really want to be able to save that for as much as, possible, so that way when I get this new job, and I'm out on a break or while I'm training, or whatever the case is, right? And I go out, let's say, for a smoke break at lunch, and I want to load up my pipe, or it's already loaded up for me, and I'm good to go, you know what I mean? And I'm just heading out the door, go outside or somewhere and just sit down for a second, maybe drink a soda while I'm smoking my pipe. I want to be able to know that when I do that and I go back to work, I am going to be both relaxed, calm, and totally like, let's go, let's get this shit done. Like, if I'm training, let's get these training videos done, knock them out of the park, and then start working on the floor, right? If I'm working on the floor that day, start off, obviously go to work first, having smoked a bowl of tobacco, and then once I get there, again, wait till lunch, smoke another good sized bowl of tobacco, and then, have a nice little drink of soda and stuff, and then get back to work, and then be able to be like, cool, I'm calm, relaxed, happy, I'm able to vibe, because again, I really do love, I thought I heard a sneeze and I realized it was a hiccup, I do really like the idea of how the plum pudding relaxes me, and just at the, start of the East, so I'm going to do that as well, Like, for the price of about 1 8-ounce tin of the Star of the plum pudding, I can get about a pound of Star of the East, and that's what I'm going to do with that as well. I'm going to spend about 40 something dollars, almost $50. I'll get a pound of Star of the East. Spend about $80, get a pound of plum pudding, and then every so often then just kind of splurge and buy some Rattrays. I want to get the Exotic Passion and a bunch of the other ones that they have. I want to try their Englishes as well. Theirs are more of kind of like a Scottish mixture as well too, so I want to try those ones. Then there's also a bunch of the other ones like Peterson's, like that. We actually got lucky, and even though they're gonna be around like $30 at like the refuge, I know everybody's gonna be like, wow, that's really expensive. Sure, but I don't have to wait for fucking delivery, shipping, anything. I can just go to the store, go pick up either early morning pipe or a nightcap, and I will gladly splurge $60 on that, plus another $25 for a lighter. So we're looking at probably like $80, $90. I'll probably drop on there to grab 2 tins of tobacco and a soft flame lighter that has the Refuge's branding on it, because I like to support the guys there, and I have the torch from there. And again, once I'm actually able to start working again, I'll be able to go to the Refuge again way more. Then I can also plan on hanging out with the homie Sam over up in Coeur d'Alene and have a good time, like, doing shit like that, smoking tobacco with him and whatnot. And I'd love to be able to bring him, like, a good chunk of plum pudding too. Like, that's another thing I really want to be able to do. Instead of just giving like a little chunk out of this guy, I'd be like, hey, here's like a whole ounce of a plum pudding, like a whole like slab. Go enjoy and let me know what you think of it. And one of the big things too that I would have to say is that even this little country vanilla, I actually do get a good little kick of nicotine from it. It's kind of funny, like I'll feel it in my stomach a bit more than anything. But it's one of those things that when I'm smoking something like this, I want to be able to just relax, and enjoy my time while smoking. And I know there's some people that are like, well, how could you do that if you're at work, even if it's on a lunch break and things like that? It's like, well, just because you're smoking the pipe bowl. The pipe can be way more relaxing than I think a lot of people really think about it, And I think another thing too, right, that I think plays a very crucial, important role in all this is that when you get a good tobacco and a good pipe, no matter I think where you're at the time or whatever the case is, it can almost always invoke a state of calm inside the mind, kind of give you that respite to the soul a little bit. You know, you just feel like you're like, man, this is definitely a plan from God. You know what I mean? Like, he gave this to relax us and, you know, get us closer to him and understand that the calming mind of God. And I gotta say, you know, having smoked all three of these that I got, you know, Low Country Vanilla, Rattray's Bagpipers Dream, and Seattle Pipe Club Plum Pudding. Plum Pudding is number one. I think of it as if I had enough of it, if I had a pound of the plum pudding, I would smoke that probably all morning, night, or morning, afternoon, and night. It's just that good. Bubba's. It's just that good of a tobacco. Yo, how's it going, JJ? It's just that good of a tobacco. You know. The other thing too about it is that the smell. Well, I really enjoy it. Definitely is not a ladies' tobacco. They will definitely hate you for that one, unless they enjoy an English tobacco themselves. But the Rattray's Bagpiper's Dream, I gotta say, I think it has probably the best aromatic aroma that I've smelled, other than Colt Blood Red Moon, with third being, in fact, then Autumn Evening. Like, literally, Autumn Evening somehow got put to third for me, because, like, as much as I love that pancake mapley smell, the way the cognac and the vanilla comes across with the Virginias and the Black Cavendish and the Rattray's Bagpiper's Dream, and this guy right here, it just, and again, it's a Bagpiper's Dream combines Black Cavendish and Golden Virginia tobaccos with hand-ripped Virginia Flake and Curly. And because it says Golden Virginia, it doesn't have Red Virginia. I honestly do believe that the citrus that's coming through is from the cognac, which also adds a lot to that as well. Because with that cognac that's added to it, it really gives this kind of like unique presence that I haven't really had yet in much of my other tobaccos. There we go. And because we've been able to keep this kind of slowly going the entire time while just talking and stuff, this is like, again, like if you're trying to keep a bowl lit, smoke it like this the entire time, this is how you do it, right? You sit, you talk, having some good time, you read, or whatever the case is, maybe watch a movie, play a game, whatever it is. If you're slowly smoking like this, as they say, a pipe that's almost always going out is the best kind of pipe. Like, literally, if you can't do this for 5 seconds on your face, your pipe is too hot. Like, I can literally turn it around, do it like this. Nothing. It's perfectly warm. Tap out any ash. That's a little excess there. I said hi, JJ. I said hi when you were over on YouTube, man. I appreciate you being over on Kick as well. Yeah, I don't know if you're you got it up loud enough, or if you're waiting long enough for the delay from when you say hi. But I have been saying hi and back. Literally have said hi twice now, bud. So I don't know if you weren't able to hear me or not over on YouTube or not. No, I won't be live on Kick until I get done doing the stuff on YouTube. So. Yeah, no, and there should be a notification for all that. Let me see here. Oh my goodness, if my stuff would show me. Apparently, I cleared out those notifications, I guess. But there should have been. I'm just saying there should be notifications that just says rumbling YouTube. So if you're seeing a green one, you're seeing Rumble. That's why you're seeing the green one. But I'm only live on Rumble and YouTube at the moment. I will be going over to Kick after I get done doing the Bible portion of the stream here in a little bit. Because it is the start of Shabbat. Since I recognize it from Friday night at nightfall, when sun falls down, all the way to Sunday at nightfall. So technically, I take the original Jewish way of doing it on Saturday, which does start, technically if you go look it up, it starts actually at Friday night at nightfall and goes to Saturday. But then I also do the one where we also do it on Sunday, just because it's one of those things where that's just in my opinion. I feel like it's covering both bases. So that way, if maybe God isn't like us doing it on Saturday, well, now I'm covering it on Sunday as well too. So at the end of the day, and obviously I usually only do sacrament usually on either Saturday or Sunday. I'll only do it once. I won't do it twice, but we do sacrament once. But we do Bible reading all weekend. Excuse me. Technically, I try to have us do Bible reading all week, and that's kind of what we've been doing. Even if it's just little portions through the devotionals and stuff like that, but there was a study done that people who read the Bible at least 4 days a week have I think it's like about a 300 something % chance of being able to recall verses. They have I think it's like a 50% chance of like specific recall or an improvement to memory. Excuse me. And then there's like a 35% decrease in anxiety and depression overall for those that read the Bible 4 days a week or more. Excuse me. And it only goes with that stat too. So like if you do like maybe 1 day a week, 2 days a week, or even 3 days a week, you're gonna have a very, very minor actual improvement in your life. Whereas somebody who's reading it 4 or more times a week, they are going to get a life that is going to be much. I mean, you're growing closer to God. If you're making God your number one thing, then God is going to reward you. That's what he says. And again, a big part of doing this is that, one, I want to be able to grow, closer to God and things like that, be able to retain the Bible better, But one of the biggest things too that I really would love for that is the decrease in anxiety, depression, and so forth, so on. Then you add that with the, you know, I think it's like 12% decrease in anxiety, depression, and so forth, so on. If you make sure to pray, you know, more, and make your prayers actually legit, things like that, you will feel a lot of that anxiety, depression, stress, and stuff like that kind of just melt off. And it coincides with, as Peter says, you know, put our stress and anxieties and worries on him, and he will take care of us. And that's been a big benefit, honestly. You know, it's one of those things, I think, that the more people try to do stuff like that, the more that they will see these actual outcomes, right? I think a lot of people think that, you know, like, oh, I prayed this and it didn't happen. Well, was it in God's will? That's what you got to think of. Well, like I said, man, you gotta either, you know, like I gave you all the information about what you gotta do. You need to either get in touch with your IP or whatever the case is, bro, because like I said, like that's the only way you can do that. But if you have Kick, again, why do you need to worry about it? You got YouTube, you got Kick, it's fine. You don't have to be on all of them. But okay, let me explain something too, right? Like, I do appreciate when somebody does do, like, you know, oh, let me follow you on all three, you know, as a friend, whatever the case is, right? One of the problems though, right, is that a lot of times, a lot of those guys will like pull up the stream on, like, let's say, YouTube. Let's say if like if I'm live on, let's say, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick, they'll pull it up on all three, but they're only chatting in one. So what is that doing then for the other ones? You know, and people are like, well, it's lurking, it's adding a view. That doesn't fucking help. Let me explain something, and I'm only gonna explain this one last time, ever again. Well, probably a lie. I'll probably have to explain this many other fucking times, but one last time this week, I'm doing it. When and this isn't like directed towards you, JJ, so please understand that. This is just in general. I get this way too much, or I literally have to confront this because too many people do not want to admit that this is what's going on. When you are lurking in somebody's stream and you are not chatting, you are actively hurting the channel more than you would be if you were just fucking chatting. And hear me out, lurkers, because I know I got a bunch of you right now on Rumble, and I know I got some of you over here on Kick. If you do not chat, you are hurting my channel more. Because then it looks like I'm botting, or it looks like I'm just, you know, tabbing myself, whatever the case is. This is why I say, if you don't chat, don't bother fucking opening the stream. Because if you can't chat, what are you doing for me? You see what I'm saying? Chatting is great. That helps the channel. It gets other people to chat. It gets everybody else going. It does things, right? So like with you chatting right now, JJ, even with Fox, when you guys are chatting, it helps other people go, hey, I should chat too. Because quite literally, it gets fucking old when I look over and I see, like, let's say I got 5 or 6 viewers, 2 of you are chatting. Why aren't the other fucking 3 chatting? I know one of those is possibly my own channel being opened up on my thing so that I can monitor how things are going, or if I get to, like I did earlier, post links into the chat. But if I can count how many of those viewers is mine itself, like 1 each, along then with the other people that are chatting, and things like that, that's a big thing, right? You know, and again, and also like the emote things. I know Fox is doing this because I think Fox is probably live at the same time, and it's like, at the same time, I would rather, you know, yes, he's a mod, but it's like, I would rather it just be a chat, or like, since if he's live at the moment, for him to focus on his stream at that moment, unless he hears me say, hey, I need help with mods, things like that, you know what I mean, like something like that. Let him focus on his stream, then when he's done, he can either raid out or just come and hang out, whatever, you know? And that would be the same thing for myself with his. Because this is the same thing that Jake and I always talk about too. It's really also like unprofessional to go into somebody else's stream and then they're constantly in somebody else's stream either typing and talking or talking to that person while you're trying to hold a conversation with them. You know what I mean? Like that's so fucking unprofessional and rude. But how many other streamers do this? How many other streamers, because they're streamers and friends, oh, I'm live, let me go pop you up. Look, I used to do this like with Tuna all the time. and effectively we were just hurting each other, right? Maybe once in a while we would pop back and forth and like say some stuff in there and whatnot, but at the end of the day though, people are just seeing that as, oh, you're just tab for tabbing. Yeah, that's actually against TOS. So these are things that I try, we do business. Well, he's just on Twitch, is what JJ was telling me there, Fox. So again, like I made the comment, like, as much as I have to usually use Twitch just to go watch Dark, I might have to do it just for Tuna. But I would love for them to, also both just start multi-streaming more, and do things like that. Now, I know it might be harder for Tuna. I don't know if he's still got the same setup that he once had. I know that Dark can do it. Dark's just, he's busy. He's busy as shit, so he just hasn't had the time to really sit down and set up everything. But, again, it's that point, though, like, I want us to all do better. I want us to all be better content creators. We need to be able to provide an entertaining show for people that they want to stay and hang out with. Now, if you are a viewer and you have multiple streams open up, what I'm also talking about when it comes to like me being live at the same time as somebody, that does not apply. You are a viewer, so you aren't, streaming at that time. That's different. So when I'm not streaming at that moment, I am just a viewer. And if I have, let's say Jayco open, I might have Fox open, and then I might have, let's say like Lord Mike or whoever else, right? I'll have those people open, and I'm watching their stream. And then, let's say I'm only really having a conversation with, like, let's say, I do appreciate that, Mom. Maybe I'm just having a conversation with, let's say, Jayco at that moment, right? Then once I see Jayco kind of bop off, maybe I'll go and have a conversation with Fox, right? Sometimes I'm not doing that because I'm cleaning up stuff like that, and I'm actively trying to move stuff around, so I can't physically be on my keyboard the entire time, right? But if I was able to, I would be chatting, But my thing too is a lot of times that's why I don't pop into somebody's stream. If I know I am going to be busy or that I am already live, and I do apologize to you guys because it's not that I'm not trying to be a good friend or anything like that. It's that literally, and this is the same thing that Jayco and I have talked about. It's just that it just feels so unprofessional, is so fucking rude if I go and just fucking flood open my browser tab with a bunch of other people's streams, and stuff like that while I'm live, right? And then I'm expecting to try to hold a conversation with my whole entire chat, and the entire time, I'm also like bouncing back and forth, and I'm never fucking fully talking to the people. Appreciate your sister over on Rumble. And it's just, I want people to understand. I just want to have people having conversations and stuff. I don't want people just lurking, because this lurking shit has got to stop. It does nothing for anybody. Like, again, I know it's going to be like, well, Debbie or Cody, whatever you want to call me. You're like, oh, what the fuck, bro? That's kind of shitty. Why don't you? Because I don't want to be a useless viewer in your fucking stream. Let's say you're fucking sponsored by some big-ass company, and based on the amount of views and things like that, you're getting paid. Well, if I'm just lurking in your channel and I'm not really watching, I'm not caring about your sponsorship. I'm not doing anything like that, obviously. So that's a fucking kind of shitty way for you to falsely make money. I don't want that. I would much rather be able to make money based off of real views because people are watching the channel or watching the ads or whatever the case is, right? Like, there's just so many other ways that people can help out channels that don't even require money coming out of their pocket. Yeah, she's over on Rumble. Skippy's the Madre, JJ. So, that's why I said hi to his sister when I said over on Rumble. I don't know if you heard that part on the Rumble part, but Skippy's mom, if you don't remember or not. But yeah, that's the Madre. But yeah, sister JJ said hi over on YouTube. So, and again, and my big thing too, right, is that I want people to understand too that, like, as much as it might sound like me being an asshole, these are things that any other real streamer worth his fucking salt, his or her salt, would fucking tell you. But a lot of them are fucking not worth it. Okay? A lot of them are. Right? A lot of the smaller people get what I'm saying, but they see the big people do all their stupid shit, or like ViewBot, all this other stuff like that. What do? They copy them. And then they wonder why they never will ever amount to half the shit that they tried to. Because you're copying fucking shit content. And that shit's got a shelf life of like this long. Genuine content, while maybe we don't blow up as quickly or have these huge pop-offs or anything like that, our content's value is this long. Because we're genuine. We're being real. Oh, no, it's not Jacob, it's JJ. But definitely if Jaco does come in, I'll let him know that you say hi as well. But she was saying hi to you as well, JJ. She thought I said Jaco though. I get there's a lot of names, J's names right there. That's confusing. You got my last name, you got Jaco, you got JJ. You know, you're all good, kiddo. You're all good. There's a lot of names. Trust me, I get it. I get it. But yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, I think that the more people like okay, good example is you guys all remember back when I got verified over on Kick, right? The 80 plus chatters we would have. The chat just fucking scrolling, dude. That was good. That was genuine. All right? And at that point, if I did have some other people open up, who fucking cared? I was still actively, mainly paying attention to my chat. To the point that I had 80 plus fucking chatters in that chat. And we were like, bam, 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 on all those chats. That's what I thought. I thought he was doing. I wasn't sure if that's what he did. And thinking that when I said that was Skippy was a little sister, because he's been having issues over on Rumble. For whatever reason, Rumble will not let him log in or make an account over on the UK side. So he literally can only watch me on YouTube and Kick, which is really weird. I don't know what the hell is going on. We sent them the list of like things. Like I think the main thing is he might have to call his IP internet provider to actually figure out if they have it blocked, or maybe somebody else, like you know, family or, you know, roommate, whatever, right? Who knows? Could have said, oh, I want to block this site. Maybe JJ even did it without even thinking. You know, it could even happen that way. I've done that. You know, I've blocked sites, and then as I've gotten older, I've been like, oh wait, I want to go use that site. Oh wait, what can I use that site? Oh shit, I blocked it. And then I had to go and unblock the site. You know, and again, I don't want anybody to think I'm just being an ass about this stuff. I do want you guys to really think hard about what does lurking truly do for a channel versus when you're chatting in a channel. And also think about the difference in like what you see in the streamer as well, right? Like when I get to talk with you guys, I get to hang out like this with you guys. I love this way more than me fucking talking to myself like a complete fucking moron. Like, literally, I may as well be in a fucking institution because I look like a crazy person and be like, allow me to talk to myself because nobody else is fucking talking. You know, and yeah, it'll affect your brain. Trust me. You know, like, I think that, well, some people might be like, oh, man, I wish, like, so-and-so would talk, or I wish this person would talk more, or I wish, like, this or that. It's like, well, guess what also has to happen? You have to apply some action. You have to make initiative, right? There's a lot of times when, like, I'll be like, oh, I really wish I heard from this person. Well, why haven't I messaged them? You know what I mean? Like, I can't bitch if I don't hear from somebody if I don't fucking message them. You know what I mean? So it's the same kind of concept. You know, why bitch about, like, oh, well, there's nobody really chatting in the stream. Well, are you fucking chatting? No? Okay, then shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck would you sit there and be like, hey, man, you don't really have a lot of chatters in your stream? Like, I've had that happen, too. It's like, okay, well, guess what? Be one of them. Maybe other people will be encouraged to finally fucking chat. You know? Simple as that. So, and again, I just want people to understand it too. That's just, it's what makes those channels that, like, Asmongold's, Nuxes, you know, fuck, even Ninjas and all the other ones, you know, like, all those guys. Why are they fun and enjoyable? Those chats are fucking flying, dude. They're just literally just going off at the hip. You know, everybody's engaging. It's what makes me happy to see those things. And I just want to be able to see those things happen again. You know, even for all the rest of us. Again, like, I didn't get verified on Kick just by, you know, nothing. Again, we had, and I fucking wish I would have clipped that night. I really wish I would have done it. I thought we did, but I guess if it was, it must have deleted or whatever the case was. But maybe I didn't favorite it or something, but that night we had 80 plus chatters. We had Kick staff coming in, who had to tell me that I had just got verified in the middle of the fucking stream, and we're like, refresh your page so you can put your your button on, and I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, what? It's like, I wasn't expecting this. And then I was playing Dead Island 2 at the time, and it just dropped. And the day before that, I had 40 plus viewers and chatters playing fucking Minecraft Dungeons, of all things. You know, and I think back to those moments and how much fun we had with everybody. Just the crazy conversations about everything, you know? I was up on the camera twerking my ass on the camera to get fucking, extra subs and shit like that. Giving everybody a show to see my fucking, my flat asses sit there flopping around in the air. You know, why? Because I was like, fuck it, if girls can shake their ass and titties on the fucking camera, make fucking thousands, why can't my dumb ass do it for a couple $100? You know? And we ended up making enough money to buy that fucking desktop a while back, you know? And honestly, though, like, while the MacBook isn't 100% as strong, I mean, really, it is, but for whatever reason, they do things that cap it, when it comes to gaming, because it doesn't utilize, like, the shared memory thing as well as it should be, where like the RAM could like pull more from like the storage, things like that, the GPU, CPU, all that kind of stuff like that. It would be nice if it would do all that better, but ideally at the end of the day, right? God bless you. The big thing is that I am like, I'm able to move around with this MacBook super easy. It's super light. It stays charged for fucking ever, especially if I turn down like the screen's dimness. I put the keyboard lights off and I turn down the volume a little bit, and maybe I just use my AirPods and stuff like that. It'll last for like literally like 12, sometimes even 16 hours before I need to charge it. I absolutely love that. I mean, I can't really do that with my laptop. But then again, with the laptop though, I can actually still move this around and play games wherever I want to. Excuse me, set it up with this and the MacBook, and boom, I can stream. Awesome. You know what I mean? That's great. I love doing that. But yeah, it's gotten to that point though where it's like I just want to just have, I just want to have fun. I want to be able to enjoy having a stream with you guys. As much as I'm doing it as just a hobby, really, at this point, especially like once we start working, at maybe Sonic, if that's where I get my job at. Again, I'm praying and hoping that's where we get it. If I get that job, awesome. If not, cool, we move on, we go to the next thing, but if I get this job, one of the biggest things I will be working on is trying to not only just pay off all the debt that I owe, when it comes to like, between the house and then helping my mom pay back collections and stuff like that, so we don't lose things or anything like that. There's a lot of stuff I plan to do, right, to take care of all these things. However, once I can try to find either an investor, or I earn enough money of my own, and I can start by either renting out a place that allow me to maybe smoke in there as well, because I'm gonna have to let them know, like, hey, I have to be able to smoke if I'm blending my own tobacco, because I gotta be able to sample the stuff, make sure that it tastes good and that I've done the job right. Otherwise, I can't sell that to the customer. It's just like a pipe carver who has to, as they're carving the pipes, they have to be able to smoke the pipe to be able to say if it's, doing well, ideally. And it's usually like, especially if they're making like multiples of that kind of pipe, they want to be able to use their flagship pipe. Like, okay, is this going to smoke right? If I do everything exactly like this, then that'll work right on all the rest of them. And that's ideally why they want to be able to do these things. So that's kind of what I want to be able to do, especially if I'm blending tobacco like that. I need to be able, it's like being a cook. You got to be able to taste the food as you're cooking it, right? So that way the customer's going to enjoy it. Well, the same thing applies to blending tobacco, just like if I was growing, cannabis and stuff like that. I'd have to need to be able to sample it in some way to be able to know, is this good? So, and if I can't do it necessarily in the store, then fuck it, I'll make sure that I can do it outside the store. But my goal will be to do that long enough until I can buy a building or, do whatever I can do to make it so I can smoke in there, but then bring it in so that I, make HVAC, whatever I can do to make it so that I can get more people to come in and sit down, smoke. As I showed you guys in the video before, the San Diego Pipe Club, that's what I would love to create.
And then I would be streaming these things all the time. I would literally be streaming every day that I am at that store, right? And it would literally be about like, hey, let's show you guys, you know, the ins and outs, not only just running a business, but two, this is how, you know, let's say, you know, maybe I want to have it set up so that way we would have it be like, okay, guys, this is how our pipe club meets. You know, maybe 2-3 times, maybe a week. You know, because like I want to be like the San Diego, pipe club, where they meet like 3-4 times a week sometimes. You know, that's what I want. I don't want this, oh, maybe we meet twice a month bullshit, because that doesn't do shit for anybody. Like, giving people a place to come and hang out as guys and just come and vibe out. Hell, even invite women that want to smoke pipes or cigars, come out and hang out with us, right? You know, my whole goal is to set up a thing where we can have like a little table off to the side where everybody can kind of chill out. They can bring their own tobacco. They can bring their pipes in and stuff like that. They don't have to buy it from my store just to hang out there and smoke and chill and stuff like that. And everybody can bring all their stuff. And that's my point, because at the end of the day, if I do this at something like the Refuge with the pipe club that I really want to build, my problem, and I haven't been able to really find a good way to get around it, is like, how can I present this to the guys and be like, hey guys, how can I do a pipe club here without you guys making me have to buy tobacco or have these guys buy tobacco every time we come in? You know, we, like, on average, I guarantee you, we bring in a bunch of people, a lot of them are bring money and buy stuff like that. Very nice, very nice. Are you gonna be attaching it, or is it just something that floats, or like kind of like a TV stand where you gotta like pull it out? Sounds funny, giggity. But yeah, you know, it's like, it's one of those things where if I can open up my own store, right, that is going to be, even when I rent it, right, I'm going to be streaming it nonstop. Because to me, that is the career of streaming that I want to do. Like, yeah, gaming and streaming is totally fun and fine. I love doing that. Don't get me wrong. I don't want people thinking like, oh, what, you don't think we could do gaming anymore? No. I just, like, for me, I'm not like super great at like PvP games, right? I can openly admit that. But I love playing single player games or like cooperative games together with friends. You know, I'm more into that stuff. Now, I don't mind playing Marathon with, like, Jaco and stuff. I love playing Marathon with them. And hell, I was talking to Jaco about this, like, the fact that even when you and I were playing Fox, I was over there trying to keep you calm when you were getting upset at things that we would normally get upset about. But for whatever reason, like, when I'm playing Marathon, I just don't get upset like that as much about it. There are some things I get upset about, like, when it comes to, like, oh, I brought a contract, we instantly just died. It's like, oh, you fucking kidding me. Or not brought a contract, I just brought some, like, new weapons with me or new items with me, and I'm like, I didn't even get to fucking pop off one round, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Like, you know, it's a little upsetting with that. But at the end of the day, you're like, all right, fuck it, let's go back to the menu. See if there are any new weapons, any items I can buy. You know what I mean? Like, you're doing things like that, right? You're actively trying not to do contracts. You're doing all these things that are allowing you to have fun with the game. Whereas, like, you know, Jake and I were talking about, like, it's weird. We were able to find a way to actually have fun with it. Okay, hold on, my contact is blurring. I'm just saying it. Moving. Attaching it and pull it out the way I can have keyboard under my desk when I do art drawings. Oh, nice. Okay. You've been anchoring me a lot. Yeah, and honestly, it was like I literally was like, I knew how you were getting frustrated because I remember how I would get with, like, let's say Apex. Like, literally, I feel like how you were feeling was literally the reasons why I stopped playing Apex. Because one of the things I hated was you spend all this time in Apex, you're playing this game that you really enjoy, but you just went through a match, got all these items and all these shields and all this shit. You go to the next match to do it all over again. And you're like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, you don't do this in fucking Titanfall. Titanfall, you had a loadout, you know? You could find other weapons, you could take out everybody else's guns, whatever the case is, but you were like, alright, run around, blah, 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 grappling, fucking wall running, then, okay, I'm dropping to my mech down, jumping to the mech, fucking blah, blah, blah. You were just having a fucking great time. It was a big, bombastic fucking battle going on. But then it was like, okay, we're gonna go to Apex. You gotta go in naked every match, just like Fortnite. It's like, oh, why are we doing this? You know, Tarkov, I think what made Tarkov not as enjoyable was that Tarkov was mainly for, like, really, really, really sweaty people, and Marathon just feels like casual central. Like, the fact that I can even kill sometimes other players, I'm always blown away. I'm like, wait, I thought that was a robot. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, that has to be a bot player and stuff like that. And it's just, no, it was possibly somebody else that's passive. I need to start playing with my microphone on and seeing if people are calling out that they're passive teams, because I'm cool with, you know, being that way. Like, yeah, yo, you're passive. All right, I won't shoot your team. Totally chill with that, bro. Like, let's totally do that. Like, that's why you'll see me sometimes. Like, I'll get to an exfil. I'll see another team there. I'll be like, guys, don't fire on them. Just let them do their exfil. Let's let them go. We'll go take it next, right? And the whole reason for that is because, again, you're not trying to necessarily not be that asshole and stop them. Which, by the way, I got something to tell you guys in just a second here about that. But it's like, it's kind of like the whole idea in my mind is like, hey, look, man, this is an extraction game, and I really just here to shoot robots. Right? I enjoy killing the robots we kill in the game. I think they're super fun to kill, and I like the little loot stuff. Right? That's all I want to do. So that's why I do want just a PvE only server, because even like I think Jacob could probably handle doing that with us too, because it'd be a lot like Destiny in a lot of ways. But two, they're fucking robots. Sometimes they're fucking hard as shit to kill, bro. Like, they ain't nothing to be pushing around. You're like, whoa, that motherfucking robot just sniped me for like one whole headshot and I'm dead already. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane sometimes. But I found out with watching Jaco, right? So if you get knocked down and you don't give up, but you already activated the exfil and you're in the ring and they didn't go and finish you or anything like that, and you're still alive and it happens to start exfilling you, it'll win. Or it'll be a run complete. It'll count you as alive, not dead. He literally got out of there, literally laying on the ground. He's like, wait a minute, is it pulling me out? And it pulled him out. And it was like, no way, dude. I was like, okay, that's awesome to know that. That's awesome to know that. So, things to keep in mind, chat. So if you're ever playing a marathon and you're like, oh man, I'm down, but I'm not out, crawl into that ring if you got it already exfilling out. You'll be good. Unless they end up changing that, patching it out. I hope they don't, because that's honestly a really cool thing. I really like that. Because, like, you can't get yourself back up in the last stand moment, right? So it's kind of like, let me crawl and, like, bleed all over you type of deal. Let me Rick. Yeah, Morty, let me go rub my fucking bloody liver hole all over him. like, you ain't doing anything. You ain't doing shit at that moment. But if you can just crawl back, like, I'm in the ring. I'm going to go. You feel so happy about that. Try to cash out the rest. There's just so little juice left in there, chat. Let me try to kill out the rest of that. And at the same time, I know I need to load another bowl. I'm not gonna finish the one that's in there, but it's at that bottom of it. I'm just like, don't know if I really want to. And I'm trying to debate, do I want to do Bagpiper's Dream or if I want to do a bowl of plum pudding. I haven't done that yet today. And I'm kind of leaning on some plum pudding while we read the Bible here in a bit. And I still got some of the Bagpiper's Dream actually in my Peterson here, but the only problem is if I do the Bagpiper's Dream or the plum pudding, I definitely need to let them dry out just a little bit, because this definitely did not dry, and I went to smoke it, and holy shit is this stuff fucking moist. Like, I am not even joking, dude. I have had such a rough time smoking this pipe bowl. Like, I did not realize that the Bagpiper's Dream would be this moist. Plus, I put a whole medallion in there while just, like, you know, regular smoking it. And it was like, oh, yeah, that was real smart, dipshit. Like, I put the medallion towards, like, the middle portion of it, and it quite literally has trapped so much moisture in there that I had to break up the medallion earlier just to fucking get it to actually allow me to, quite frankly, just, you know, be able to smoke without it just literally soaking up a shitload of moisture almost instantly. There's always so much debris in this tube. Tubes. The tubes. Okay. Oh, this is the other annoying part. This keeps clogging on me, too. Like, oh my goodness, dude. Why? It's because it's still so fucking moist. Okay, lightly packed it down again. So like only like lighting in the back, but whatever. Okay, contact, please. Can we just stop? This contact is killing me, dude. It's the only one I have left, too. Like, that's the other thing, too. As soon as I get 25 bucks, either through payouts or whatever the case is, I need to drop $25 to get contacts because I cannot do this one contact anymore. And the reading glasses I have that I can use sometimes, I can only see from, like, that far away from, like, me and the MacBook right now. And that's it. Otherwise, I'm screwed. Especially before I get the job too. I need to get those in because I literally we have them in a fucking cart. I think it's on either Walmart or Amazon. I can't remember where it's at, but we have them in the cart all ready to go. Some contacts. So as soon as I get the money to do it, I need to just send it to the Madre and be like, here, put the order in, get it, please, so I can put 2 contacts in. Especially once I go and do the, I had to go to an area to go get like an eye exam thing for it. They were gonna help give me glasses. And I'm like, cool, I'll totally do that. Don't get me wrong, I want my glasses, definitely. But the problem is, once I do the eye exam thing, guess what? If I take out the fucking contacts when I go do the eye exam, like if I would take out this one, I wouldn't be able to see afterwards. So I'd be like literally right in the same boat. You know what I mean? So like I need to have contacts in order to do that at least. I gotta say, the Bagpipers Dream, though, is super heavenly, though. It is such a good tobacco. Again, you get a lot of this vanilla, like, you know, not a lot, I shouldn't say like that. Like, it's not like extreme, but there's this vanilla that's always there, that's just ever present in this tobacco with the cognac. And it's all the way through, and it just keeps it just ever so sweet without making it overtly sweet. The retro hail too. Oh, so tasty. So tasty, chat. Because I love this tin. It's got this really nice feel to it as well. It's got kind of like a grippy feel to it. But I just love the way. And again, these guys were established in 1903. Rattrays. Pipe tobacco made by hand. And Bagpiper's Dream. Alright, Chaz Rattray. Made in the EU. About 100 grams in here, so it's 3.5 ounces. So, that was the other thing, yeah. This is not 2 ounces, it's 3.5 ounces of tobacco. These guys are only 2 ounces. These. Ah. I heard smoke. I work them all up. There's a breeze I'll use or later on. Again, this is just a fantastic tobacco too. I mean, it really is. I would love to get more people into the idea of pipe smoking. I think it's a much more relaxing and enjoyable kind of hobby to have. I consider it a lifestyle. I think that's why I tend to do it so much versus a lot of other people who consider it to be more of a hobby, right? They're like, oh, this is my hobby I do. And it's like, I mean, I guess if you consider it a hobby, I consider it to kind of be like a lifestyle, you know? Now the whole bowl is lit. That is definitely a fantastic smoke right there, chat. Okay. So my pipe right there. Yeah, I think that will be perfect for this bowl. I think that should be actually all I need right here. Is this chunk. I've seen a lot of people say, to kind of leave it like a little bit more chunked up. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave some of it like super chunky, but the only problem with leaving it a bit chunky though is that unfortunately it will also retain a lot of that moisture, so it won't as readily dry out. And I can feel it like this too. So when I break it up, I can feel that moisture. Because on the outside, I'm like, oh, it's a little dry. I wonder if my lid wasn't sealed properly or anything like that. So I was like starting to think about that, and literally as I'm like rubbing this out of my hand, I know, giggity, I could literally feel the moisture breaking down, and I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. Just kind of breaking this tobacco up in this way here, chat. I'm still leaving in some good chunks in there. Like this guy here, just kind of opening it up a bit. And it's just to help give it a little bit more structure with the chunks of plum pudding in there like that. This is part of what's called crumble cake. should be chunked up enough. And I'll show you guys what it looks like now. Smells so good once it's broken all up. That, my friends, is some plum pudding all broken up, ready to go in the Zulu. We're gonna give it about 3 minutes to dry out a little bit there. Oh, so about 37 seconds in. So I'd say I'll probably give it like around maybe another minute after that or so. Just let it dry enough so that when I load it up into this guy here, it will hopefully not require as many relights. Now, I've seen a lot of people online say that pretty much no matter how you prepare it, it's going to require a lot of relights. The plum pudding, just for whatever reason, it retains the moisture of the tobacco so damn well. It's crazy how well it does. Leave the window open. I'm gonna close the curtain. There. Okay, and also, go ahead and pause music, y'all. Because I heard the screaming too from next door. It was laughing and then like joking and stuff like that. Alright, boom. Also, I did get the vibration back on my dab regular chat. Apparently, I had to tap the bottom, weirdly enough, and that worked. I don't know. That's all I can tell you guys. It's the only that somehow made it work. So let me also go ahead and change category at least over on Rumble. Oh, they don't have it on Rumble. That's right. I thought they had religion on Rumble. Ah, right there. Faith and religion. There we go. Change that over there. Alrighty, chat. Okay. Take a couple more hits here real fast. And then we're going to open up with some reading first. I always like to do the reading first, then do the devotional. Because a lot of times you're going to need to have read these passages before you'll understand sometimes some of either the questions or like in the middle of the reading, like as it says in this passage, and it maybe sometimes it'll be like in a different version than what I usually use for translation. I use LSB. They use sometimes like I think I can't remember. I think it's the NASB. So, but I can't remember though. excuse me, I should be able to read it on my screen here, but oh, that was random. However, though, oh yeah, again, I was gonna say if I needed to, though, I have it on my phone just in case. So, and again, this is what it looks like on the phone, and these are the plans I'm doing at the moment. And again, you can find other plans as well too, chat. So if you ever want to find other ones that help inspire you, there is a lot. So you can really like just scroll through, you know what I mean, like that. And these are just some examples too. Like, and then there's more like this way, you know what I mean? So it's like you gotta look through all of it. There's so many things you can do. And then of course you have just your regular Bible, you know. Like so, me and the family, we are in Acts 10 right now, which is the Cornelius and Peter's vision. So, so that's where we're at there. And then I was in Genesis, I want to say 13. Yep. I'm at Abraham and Lot separate when I was rereading through the Old Testament. I actually need to write down my stuff on the calendar so that way I know where I'm at in parts like that. So, okay. Go ahead and load up my pipe because, yeah, it's been enough amount of time now. At perfect restriction. I do have just a tiny bit left, so I'm just going to go ahead and add this dusting. It's a bit more than a dusting, but still, I can make it. I'll make it fit. Giggity is what she said. Okay. Got the plum pudding all loaded up. Oh my goodness, so good.
Such a good tobacco chat. I love the plum pudding. That is what we just loaded up. There's some of the we got the Seattle Pipe Club plum pudding here. Such a good tobacco. Again, it's an English Balkan of pressed tobacco of rich blend of Latakia, Orientals, Virginias, Perique, and Cavendish. Okay, so on the next day, the large crowd who had come to the feast, when they heard that Jesus was coming to Jerusalem, took the branches of the palm trees and went out to meet him, and began to shout, Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, even the King of Israel. And Jesus, finding a young donkey, sat on it, as it is written, Oops. Fear not, daughter of Zion. Behold, your king is coming, seated on a donkey's colt. These things his disciples did not understand at the first. But when Jesus was glorified, then they remembered that these things were written about him, and that they had done these things to him. So the crowd who was with him when he called Lazarus out of the tomb and raised him from the dead continued to bear witness about him. For this reason also the crowd went and met him, because they heard that he had done this sign. So the Pharisees said to one another, You see that you are gaining in nothing? Look at the world has gone after him. I don't know when I saw this right here, you see? I was thinking of the David Wood with the whole, how the Muslim Dawa guys, it was like, you see? I don't know, he's got it stuck in my head now, okay, guys, I'm sorry. Alright, this is all I can hear now, is, you see? Some Greeks seek Jesus. Now there were some Greeks among those who were going to the worship at the feast. These then came to Philip, who was from Bethsaida of Galilee, and began to ask him, saying, Sir, we wish to see Jesus. Philip came and told Andrew. Andrew and Philip came and told Jesus. And Jesus answered them, saying, The hour has come for the Son of Man to be glorified. Truly, truly I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit. He who loves his life loses it, and he who hates his life in this world will keep it to life eternal. If anyone serves me, he must follow me, and where I am, there my servant will be also. If anyone serves me, the Father will honor him. The Son of Man must be lifted up. Now my soul has become dismayed, and what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour? But for this purpose I came to this hour. Father, glorify your name. Then a voice came from heaven, I have both glorified it and will glorify it again. So the crowd of people who stood by and heard it were saying that it had thundered. Others were saying, An angel has spoken to him. Jesus answered and said, This voice has not come for my sake, but for your sake. Now judgment is upon this world. Now the ruler of this world will be cast out. And I, if I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all men to myself. But he was saying this to indicate the kind of death by which he was about to die. The crowd then answered him, We have heard from the law that the Christ is to remain forever. And how do you say the Son of Man must be lifted up? Who is the Son of Man? So Jesus said to them, For a little while longer the light is among you. Walk while you have the light, so the darkness will not overtake you. He who walks in the darkness does not know where he goes. While you have the light, believe in the light, so that you may become sons of light. These things Jesus spoke, and he went away and hid himself from them. Zechariah 9, and it's I believe 9 through 10, right? Yeah, 9 through 10. All right. Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Make a loud shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, your king is coming to you.
He is righteous and endowed with salvation, lowly and mounted on a donkey, even on a colt, the foal of a pack animal. I will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the horse from Jerusalem, and bow of war, and the bow of war will be cut off, and he will speak peace to the nations, and his reign will be far from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. All right. Let me go ahead and set my pipe down. Just for a second. I need to grab my AirPods. So we got this little video from The Chosen to watch. Oh my goodness, my contact. Okay.
For the Son of Man to be glorified. Truly, truly I say to you,
All right. Hopefully, can you guys all hear that real?
unless a
Can you guys all hear that really good?
grain of
Let me know.
wheat falls into the earth and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it bears much fruit. What does this mean? Whoever loves his life will lose it. Whoever hates his life in this world will keep it for eternity.
So those are up all the way. Now let me know, guys, can any of you hear it or not?
If anyone serves me,
Maybe not. I can always replay it.
he must follow me. For where I am, there my servant is also.
Just it was what I saw.
Where else would I be? Where are you all staying?
Perhaps the men know.
Well, I have use of a large home in the Essing Quarter, owned by my friend Phoebe.
Is she comfortable with 15 strangers?
Oh, she doesn't stay in Jerusalem during these festivals. She hates the crowds.
I love that. 15 strangers. Like, yeah, yo, she cool. She cool with this, like, you know, like a tribe just coming on in.
It has plenty of beds and a discreet entryway through the alley in the back.
That they definitely need.
That sounds perfect.
Say the word, and I'll see to it that the rooms are prepared. And I can tell her to have the rooms ceremonially cleaned as well.
Oh, thank you.
I will say she did a good job as Joanna. I will say too, honestly, none of my family or myself liked Tamar's character. Only for one reason. It's the whole jewelry. Like Mary and Rayma and everybody else gave up so much, and she gives up so fucking little to be with Jesus's group. And then literally, as Mary says, like, you know, like they were chosen. She just plopped in and was like, let me rip the roof off of Zebedee's house and shit. And it was like, yeah, you made a spectacle, so of course he was kind of like, oh yeah, and it's not even in the Bible that way either. So I would understand too how Mary feels kind of like, you know, irritated with the way she acts, especially with all the jewelry she constantly wears. And it's like they're always worried about like money and all this other stuff like that. It's like, honey, you have so many gold bracelets on your arm. I get like the necklace she doesn't want to give up because it's got blood on her mom on it, but like the gold bracelets all over her arm, really? They could feed themselves for so long if she would turn in some of those gold bracelets. Just saying. Let's just be real. Listen to the thunder here, chat. This is why I want you guys to be able to hear this. The thunder that's coming up here soon.
Now my soul is troubled. And what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour. But for this purpose I have come to this hour. Father, glorify your name.
Yeah, okay, with the AirPods, holy crap, can you hear that so well? So hopefully, yeah, you guys can hear that in the thunder though, too, because like otherwise, like you might just hear the thunder because of how like low that voice is in it.
Was that an angel's voice? I'm sure I heard the word glorify. Keep listening.
Did you hear that?
Strange thunder.
Yeah, there was no thunder.
That wasn't thunder.
Those of you who
Yusuf.
heard the voice, it was for your benefit, not mine. There will be many signs this week, as now is the judgment of this world. Now
Oh, my contact.
will the ruler of this world be cast out. And I, when I am lifted up from the earth, will draw all people
Yeah, it's a
to
good show. If you guys haven't actually watched it, I
What
do
do you
recommend it. There's actually plenty of places to watch it free as well.
The light is among you for a little while longer. Walk while you have the light. So that
Like, I'm not the
darkness
biggest
doesn't
fan of,
overtake
like, obviously the Mormons and all, but, like, BYU does have it on there for free. I don't know if you had to pay for Amazon or anything like that in order to be able to
while
watch
you
it
have
on
the
there.
light. Believe in the light, so that you may become sons and daughters of light. This time it was just thunder. I think you all know what that sound means.
I love that line.
It's time to find shelter. I will speak with you all again soon. Shalom, shalom.
So, the non-violent destroyer. What do we consider most glorious in our world? Power, victory, maybe beauty or wealth? Our answers will vary, but rarely would suffering and death make the list. Yet when Jesus enters Jerusalem, knowing he will be crucified, he says, "The time has come for the Son of Man to be glorified." They use the what is that called? What is the niv? What is the niv called again? I'll have to look it up again. What it's called? What the name of the niv is actually 100% stands for. But in John 12:23, what does he mean? Just before this moment, massive crowds welcomed Jesus as a king, cheering his triumphal entry to Jerusalem on a donkey on what we would traditionally refer to as Palm Sunday. Many had already called him a prophet. Now they wondered, is he the Messiah? The manner in which Jesus makes his way into the holy city during the Passover is a sign act that not as so subtly implies that he is the glorious king God promised. King. Oh my gosh. There should be, like, I think, a comma right there. Shouldn't there be? So subtly implies that he is the glorious king. God promised. See, like, right there should be a comma, I feel like. God promised would rescue and rule over all creation. That he is the Messiah foretold by Zechariah in chapter 9, verses 9 through 10. And the many other prophets of the Old Testament. So, of course, people were freaking out and thinking Jesus is the one. But later, everything turns when Jesus doesn't match the people's expectations. They imagined a Messiah who would defeat evil with force, crushing enemies to establish peace. Instead, Jesus brings peace through humility, love, and forgiveness, even for his enemies. Jesus knows his hour has come, not to escape his enemies or fight back, but to face evil and conquer it nonviolently. He's driven by the power of love, healing, patience, and forgiveness. Later, even as Roman soldiers are in the act of killing him, Jesus prays for their forgiveness in Luke chapter 23, verse 34. And through it all, he opens up a new path for humanity, a new way for us to live with one another in love. As the Bible Project video below notes, Jesus breaks the cycle of violence and reframes everything people assume about glory. To him, humility and love are supremely glorious, and his resurrection confirms the power of such a posture. The way of humble love truly defeats death. And now, Jesus invites us into the same way, a life of love, humility, and forgiveness, because that's what real glory looks like. And then this is the Bible Project video.
So we're walking through the Gospel of Luke, and we've reached the end of Jesus' long road trip to Jerusalem. He's arrived.
So he rides a donkey down the Mount of Olives towards the city, and all these crowds are forming, and people are singing, "Praise the King who comes in the name of the Lord." They're laying down their cloaks in front of him.
And why all this royal treatment?
Okay, so Israel's ancient prophets promised that one day God himself would arrive and rescue his people and rule the world. Other times, the prophet spoke about a coming king who would ride into Jerusalem to bring justice and peace.
So Jesus is activating all these hopes that he's that king, and everyone's ecstatic.
Well, not everybody. The religious leaders, they think Jesus is a threat to their power, and so they're not happy. But even more striking, Jesus himself is distraught. He's actually weeping as he rides.
Yeah, why?
Well, Jesus can see what is coming. He knows that he won't be accepted as Israel's king, and he knows that Israel will keep going down a destructive path, neglecting the poor, stirring up rebellion against their Roman oppressors, and he knows that it will lead to death. It breaks his heart.
And it riles him up. The first thing he does in Jerusalem is march into the temple courts, and he drives out the money changers, disrupting the entire sacrificial system.
Yeah, he's staging a prophetic protest, and he stands in the center of the courtyard, shouting out words from Israel's ancient prophets. This is supposed to be a place of worship, but you've made it a den of rebels.
A den of rebels?
Yeah, he's quoting from the prophet Jeremiah, who stood in this same spot, the center of Israel's religious and political power. And he offered the same critique of Israel's leaders, that they're rebellious and corrupt.
And they get the message and start to plan to have him killed.
Which is no surprise to Jesus. In fact, he planned that all of this would happen during Passover.
This is the Holy Week when Jewish people celebrate their ancient story of how God liberated them from slavery and invited them into a covenant relationship.
And so Jesus uses the symbols of Passover to reveal the meaning of his coming death. The broken bread was his broken body, and the wine was his blood that would establish a new covenant relationship between God.
Which is why you're supposed to do the sacrament. I really don't understand. There are so many Protestants that'll be like, oh, but that's considered a work. Okay, yeah. You're about as bad as the Jehovah's Witnesses saying that they reject it literally when it's given. I'm just saying. All right. Literally, you sound just as bad. Now, I know Paul says we're not supposed to, judge others about how they do or do not do sacrament. I'm pretty sure that he says that they're supposed to do sacrament, though, not that they don't do sacrament. It's that there's some that do sacrament all week and some that only do sacrament once a day. I literally think that you should be doing sacrament when you're doing church, okay? I think that to not do it is literally you rejecting Jesus in that way, and that is literally you being blasphemous. I don't consider it to be a work. I don't think that is what saves you, but he gives it as a command in the Bible, not just to his disciples. I would argue that it's actually to all of us.
God and Israel. Jesus was going to die for his people and open up a new way forward.
All right. So these are what's called the reflection questions. I don't know if you guys have done these before, ever with a Bible study or anything like that. But ideally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you guys the question that's in here. Like there's one little one right here and then this one right here. So we will go over these two in just 1 second here. Just let me go ahead and take a couple more hits real fast. Okay, so what are the most common assumptions about how the world works that are in conflict with the way of Jesus? And to help anyone who hasn't done something like this before, especially with us doing it like this on stream, the way I would look at this one, right? What are the most common assumptions about how the world works that are in conflict with the way of Jesus? The violence, the unforgiveness that is rampant in this day and age, the hate, and I'm guilty of that. I sin greatly all the time with my hate towards, not just radical Muslims, but Islam in general. I think that Islam should be destroyed and that, Christianity should be the only religion that's on the earth. I don't think that we need to have all these other fake religions because there's only one God. There's only one real God. All right, and Allah is not God. It's just that's Baal in another form, and Baal is Satan. You know, they tell everybody else that they're worshiping Shaitan. No, actually, he is. God doesn't call himself the great deceiver, by the way. Allah does. Kind of fucking weird, don't you think? He gave Muhammad the dream to go marry a 6-year-old and then rape her at 9. So, yeah, that sounds more Satan-like than fucking God-like. I'm just saying. All right. Muslims follow literally the Antichrist. Like, you know, in Revelations it says that, you know, Christians will be beheaded and that the Antichrist will come on a white horse and be, you know, clouded and look like, you know, like he'll have like this power of like being a Jesus, but he will be the Antichrist. And everything like that. And literally their Messiah, the Mahdi, is, well, he's our Antichrist. Go figure, right? You know, we have a great falling away. They have a great resurgence, apparently, or a great, you know, like a mass build of their church, which you could even argue is going on to this day. I mean, 2 billion people are Muslims, apparently, because they apparently want to beat their wives and have a bunch of fucking children, you know, wives in the afterlife, fucking pedos. You know, it's like fucking, you know, Mormons being like, we don't fucking practice polygamy. Yes, you fucking do. The only thing is, you don't practice it in this life. If you're part of the regular LDS church, you know, the fundamentalists, yeah, they still practice polygamy. But if you actually go and look up the doctrine that, you know, Mormons follow, they believe that, like, let's say you got sealed to one wife, but she dies before you, and you get sealed to another wife, and she dies before you, and you get sealed to another wife. You can do that 4 times, okay? You get sealed to 4 women so that you can have 4 wives in the afterlife. That's how they see that, all right? And they believe that they become gods, okay? With Muslims, the Prophet had, 9 wives? They're only allowed to have 4? Same fucking thing. Oh, how ironic is that shit? You know? It's absolutely disgusting, and it's all literally satanic, and yet people will be like, no, that seems very, like, more realistically holy, blah, blah, blah. Or the other gay thing, they'll be like, oh, that just seems more manlier than Jesus. Really? I think Jesus is definitely way more manlier than fucking Muhammad. I mean, Jesus never got rode all night by 30 men of El Zut. Pipe went out. Up that down for a bit. So again, I would like to ask you guys, what is your opinion on this? What are the most common assumptions about how the world works that are in conflict with the way of Jesus? You know, you don't have to give a super long answer. You could just give me, like, you know, what you think. Like, you could just say, like, you know, either it's violence, or you could say, you know, maybe there's something specific. You'd be like, oh, abortions. Whatever the case is, right? You could say all these types of things. I'm just curious what you guys will put in the chat. And there's not really any wrong answers, really. This is like what, you know, I mean, I guess unless you said that there's nothing, you know what I mean? Like, oh, there's nothing in conflict with the way of Jesus. I'd argue that there is. You know what I mean? Like, so I would say, like, other than that, though, like, I really don't think there's really going to be any wrong answers. Just, you know, let me know what you guys think would be the most common assumptions, you know, of about how the world works that are in conflict with the way of Jesus, you know. Another one I think also, too, you know, when he gives the command that we are to love one another, we don't love one another as much as we should. Not just family-wise, but our neighbors. I mean, think about this, too, right? In our world now, versus, like, what's like even, like, in the 60s or even in, like, the 80s or anything like that, how often do you hear people talking about going and, like, seeing their neighbors, hanging out with their neighbors, or having a barbecue with them, or getting to know their neighbors without it really being like an HOA type of area, right? Like, without it being like, oh, you live in this really fancy, you know, neighborhood area, everyone's got an HOA, you know, so you kind of like have these little meetings you have to do. Like, usually I think like it's once a month or so, or like twice a month. Usually they do them. And this way they can kind of like coordinate what's going on with the area. Sometimes they only do it like once every 3 or 6 months. I've seen with some of those, but ideally it's like, okay, hey, you know, we just had this person move in. We should go in and, you know, welcome them, blah, 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 hold them a little barbecue, tell them, hey, welcome to the neighborhood. We appreciate you moving in, and all these things like that, right? That does happen in a lot of the richer neighborhoods, but it used to be common for even poor people to know each other. You know what I mean? Like, we all had, you know, neighbors. We still have neighbors. Why don't we get to know each other the way we used to? What, because we're poor, we can't do that? What the fuck is wrong with us, guys? Come on. You know what I mean? Like, let's get our shit together. Like, this isn't how we, you know, honor and glorify God, by literally being like, I can't do that. I can't be bothered. Why not? You know, granted, now look, if you've already tried to make an attempt before, then that's fine. I get that. I've made that attempt before with some of my neighbors. Some of them just don't want to, be that way. Cool, whatever, right? But I got some neighbors that are actually pretty chill and stuff, and I really wouldn't mind having a barbecue with them. Even if I don't agree with them, on a lot of other things, I wouldn't bring up those things. I would just want to, have a good, pleasant conversation and have some fun, eat some food, and, and enjoy the beautiful summer weather. You know what I mean? Like that. Why can't we all do that, right? Like, what happened to people like that? So I'm still waiting to see if anybody gives answers in the chat. Almost killed his vape. Yeah, you guys can see the questions up on the screen. I don't think my thing is blocking the question, is it? No. So it kind of blocks the second question, but it's not blocking that first question. So you guys can all see that first question there. So again, it's this one right here. Again, you don't have to give me like long answers. Somebody, even if I can just get one person to get some answers in the chat, would be nice. Again, this is the point that I'm talking about when I ask questions and we get no answers. Like, this is why I'm trying to do these types of things, is to get you guys to be more actually involved with the chat. Because I'm not going to the second question until we start getting people chatting. Like, simple as that. You like it or hate it, but that's just what we're going to do. Like, I'm also surprised we haven't got, more people over on Rumble coming in here and talking about this type of stuff like that. Because literally on Rumble, you have a lot more Christians and stuff like that on Rumble, and it's absolutely amazing how little we ever get them to come in, either on the channel or even just into chat. And if they are in chatting or in the lurking in there, that then they're just lurking. They don't see the chat. I don't understand this. It's like, especially like, it's kind of like what Jay Smith says, about like, when Muslims come at you and they want to talk about Jesus and the Bible. He's like, okay, well, aren't those the two things you should want to always talk about? Like, it's kind of like one of these things that I kind of get, irritable with these things as well. It's like, why the hell is it so hard for me to ask you guys questions and nobody want to respond? Like, just a moment ago, everybody was responding, and all of a sudden now it stops. We see this problem here? Come on, guys. It doesn't take too long to type in a message. Like, I literally even gave you guys, like, a lengthy answer to give you guys time to try to type in a message, too. To even give you guys an idea of what, what maybe you could say if you wanted to type a longer message like that. Or I even said you could just type in, like, like, oh, it's the violence or whatever. Again, it's just getting people to respond. Let's see, okay, I would appreciate if like you say that as well. They're like, sister, like that, and let me know if you guys are thinking of an answer. That I appreciate that. That lets me know that people are trying to, actually, participate, versus it just be me talking into the ether over here. And I'm not directing that towards you. I'm directing that towards all the rest of everybody who hasn't messaged anything. And I do feel bad because this one, obviously you and Mom have both done with me already. So I know I'm asking you guys effectively to re-give answers again in a sense, but one, it's good to always refresh on some of these things as well, but two, it's like, again, hopefully having you guys help get them to inspire other people to not sit on their hands and just not type. You know what I mean? Like, it just, again, it kills me how literally chat goes from chatting to then not. And again, it's just a highlighted part too, by the way, sister. It says, what are the most common assumptions about how the world works that are in conflict with the way of Jesus? And I know sometimes too, when you're typing, especially on Rumble, I don't know how bad it is with YouTube, but with Rumble, I do know that you do get restricted with how many characters you can write in a chat box too, as well. And for anybody who watches this video later on, if you would want to put a comment down in the actual comment section down below about your answer, again, I'd love that as well, because then I will reply to the comments as well that get added down below. I should have also said that earlier, but yes, if anybody adds comments to anybody who watches this video or the stream later on, especially whether it's on YouTube or on Rumble, I will gladly answer your comments if you leave them on the video. So, and then give me 1 second here, sister. I will read the message you just put in there for the answer. Swabbing this guy while it's warm. Kills me too. It says to do this when it's cold, because it's like, why would I do this when it's cold with rubbing alcohols? Then I have to air dry that and all that other crap. It's like, dude, just do it when it's warm, and it actually swabs out super nicely. Okay, and then where the hell is that at? All right. So I finished doing this real quick. Let's see here. I think maybe like the violence and the robbery and everything that society does that is against the commandments, I think those would be in conflict with the way of Jesus, because Jesus doesn't teach us to do those things. Well, yeah, obviously, yeah, that would be a big thing like that too, because obviously he tells us, to command us to love one another and things like that, and obviously, yeah, he doesn't tell us to go out and rob or do things like that, obviously, or steal. Kind of like how Judas, steals the entire time, and he knows about it. I think another thing too, that could be added to that would be that it's the assumption that it's okay to live the way we do as well, right? It's to live a worldly life, right? That it's okay to trust in your heart, like Mormons like to say all the time. Oh, that warm feeling in my bosom that makes me know that the Book of Mormon's true. It's like, okay, sure. God tells us, that He'll give us a heart of flesh, instead of a heart of stone. He'll turn our heart of stone into a heart of flesh. And ideally, it doesn't mean that we have actually a heart of stone. I think people think that too literally. And what he's meaning by that is that we are too cold and too, easily, how do I put this? Able to disregard, like you said, the commandments and stuff like that. So it's super interesting that you have people who go, yeah, but it's okay for us to go ahead and do abortions, to go ahead and while I don't really care about legalizing weed, or in the use of tobacco, I think that either one of those two are completely acceptable. They're natural. But everything else, from cocaine to heroin to fucking all this other shit like that, no, I don't think that should all be legalized. I don't think that helps anybody. You could argue that yes, some psychedelics do with mushrooms. LSD is man-made. I wouldn't say that it's actually guaranteed to help out everyone, because again, if you have schizophrenia, paranoia, anything like that, it's not gonna go well for you. I know that people say they could find a way to microdose the entire population. You could cure depression and anxiety. I just told you guys a great way to do that. Read the Bible. You're supposed to have some depression. You're going to have some anxiety, right? It's not saying that, you read the Bible, everything gets taken away from you. It's like we do realize that there is going to be suffering in this life. Bones will still break and hearts will still break. Okay? Tears will still be shed. But that doesn't mean that that's the end. That doesn't mean that, you suffered. Well, now you got to, blasphemy against God, or curse His name or anything like that, right? It's a very interesting world that we live in, one that Jesus tried to literally save with His own life, and people were still willing to spit in His face. Still to this day, people who there's the I saw a video. I didn't even realize it was the same girl, and then I saw the piercings, and I realized it is. And she does look way worse for wear, and I love that somebody even made that comment too. She looking like she got like that, she got like that kind of like transy look going on there, like transient. I mean transient, not trans. No, yeah, she looks like a dude a little bit. I'm just gonna say she looks like she's a guy trying to have a bad boob job. She's apparently the girl who flashed her tits to Charlie Kirk at one of his debates, so technically sexually assaulted him. Because, again, they want to use dumb things as well, too. But, like, hey, I mean, if a guy was to flash his dick to a girl, they'd call that sexual assault, wouldn't they? So she did that to him to ruin, like, one of his debates, thinking that it would, not be allowed to be aired. Yeah, it's called blurring or putting a black bar, dumbass. Well, she goes up to a pastor who's talking about how abortion's wrong. And she literally, out of left field, asks, "Oh, well, have you ever made a woman come?" Like, how is that a mature and a fucking respectable thing to say to somebody at a thing like that? And even he was like, "I don't know why you think that's funny. Like, you're not even funny at all." And it's like, yeah, no, she's absolutely retarded. It's not just because she's blonde. She's, absolutely. She's also a college liberal girl. So what do you expect? She's fucking liberal. And it's funny, as much as liberal women tend to be educated, they're fucking retarded, dude. It's absolutely insane how retarded liberal women are. I don't understand this. Look at all the liberal women who are like, "Oh, our mom Donnie is not gonna do this, or he's not gonna do that. He's so for everybody. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, totally. The dude who has a guy who does the Hamas salute like that, at the thing, literally when he does that whole like, oh, we're gonna turn the city hall into like a fucking well, what the fuck did he call it? It wasn't like a mosque, but they all did some worship and prayer in there. But then they also fucking all had their shoes off. God, that had to smell like shit. Fucking speaking of that, I saw a guy in Poland straight up just bitch out a fucking Muslim and their whole little tribe of fucking degenerate apes for coming over to his country and then trying to put down their mats and have a public prayer not in their fucking mosque. And he was like, "Get the fuck out of here. This is Poland. This is Jesus Christ's country." It's like, yes, my man. Thank you. Can we please have more of that? Like, crusades, man. We really need to bring them back. Then we got here. The clip from The Chosen and the Bible Project video both capture the moment when Jesus becomes greatly distressed, troubled to his core. From the Bible Project video's input and your own reading, why is Jesus experiencing anguish at this moment? How can you identify with this anguish? What can you learn from him for navigating your way through such anguish? Obviously, I don't think we're all going to ever be to that point, right? I would hope not. If you are persecuted, like this right here would be like, for our brothers in Christ that are in Nigeria, Yemen, and other places that are literally being genocided. This, I would say, like, what can you learn from the navigating your way through such anguish is the anguish of watching them be slaughtered like that and nobody do fucking anything. And it's just to know that literally God will handle that in the end. He will deal with that judgment. And it's just like, it's kind of like how the guys kind of feel at times. They're like, when will it come? You're like, how can we let these evil pieces of shit keep fucking living like this, man? Like, you try to be nice, you try to negotiate with them, you try to do all these things, but they're fucking animals. They're fucking disgusting fucking animals. They have IQs below fucking 60. What do you fucking expect? They're little apes. They chip the fuck out, and literally, you're like, oh wow. Fucking, you got literally all these fucking low IQ assholes that are cousin fuckers and been marrying their cousins for 4,000 years, 3,000 years, or whatever the fucking case, being like, oh yeah, this has been fucking great. Oh yeah, like, oh, there's such an advanced cultures. They do so well with other people in the West. Yeah, that's why we had a dude almost get beheaded, right? That's why Irina Zarutska got killed by a dude who literally should have literally been executed already. Like, literally, death sentences need to be applied. Carmelo Anthony, really? Why are we wasting taxpayer money for 35 years? That little shit should have been executed. Like, set an example of this shit. Again, our governments are supposed to be actual righteous judgment. What happens when that government starts fucking punishing the righteous and literally protecting the wicked? You know? But when it says, why is he experiencing anguish? I mean, like, I don't know even why it even asks why when it straight up tells us, right? Jesus sees that Israel will continue down the wrong path, that they will reject it, and that they are going to continue to cause problems and cause fights and cause wars, you know, and cause all those other issues, you know. And when I mean wars, I don't mean actually like war. I mean like they're, you know, causing political war with Rome and all their oppressors, and they're constantly causing more shit for their people to be more oppressed. And then they're going to start fighting the Christians at that point too, as well. And again, in political war debates and stuff like that. And in some cases, they do get dirty and attack each other and wipe out each other in certain places, you know, as ways of being like, oh, look, see, I'm right, you're wrong type of bullshit. And both sides fucking do it. And it's not justified in any way. And I think that's what distresses Jesus. He's just like, I just want you guys to stop fighting. Like, why? What is the point of this, right? You know, it's like the ignorant response you'll get from an atheist. They're like, well, if God exists, why is there suffering and, you know, poverty and death, like, you know, and starvation in like Africa? Because that's a fucking man issue, not God's issue. God gave you everything he could, did everything that he could, and you chose to waste and squander your fucking gifts. Whose fucking fault is that? You know, it's like, I mean, I don't understand this retardation, to be honest. It's a retardation that has affected the world. That goes, oh, yeah, you know, these things prove that God doesn't exist, you know, because, you know, if he did, we wouldn't have this happen. It's like, okay, that doesn't even make sense, right? Like, oh, you wouldn't have suffering? Literally, the whole Old Testament was about how our suffering brought us closer to God. I don't understand, dude. I really don't. It doesn't take much to actually read. It doesn't take much to educate yourself. Like, it really doesn't. Why the hell do people tend to not do so? You know? And it's like, and I was like, yeah, how can you identify with this language? It's the same problem that I think most actual, like, people who actually not even are even just followers of Christ. I've seen people who are not even just followers of Christ that believe in this. Now, I wish they would become followers of Christ as well. But legitimately, this idea that why can't we all just get along? You know, look, at the end of the day, you know, if you don't want to accept Jesus and everything like that, that's fine. I can't force you. He doesn't want us to force you, things like that. I get that. But we all need to be able to learn to be accepting of each other. You know, but I think the one also too, I do appreciate that, Fox. Don't worry about the bud. I want us to also be like, you know, like, because people go like, okay, well, yeah, why are you more accepting of trans people? Because that's an abomination to God. Okay, so is homosexuality. All right. And again, it's like, I think people got to understand too. I don't hate trans. I don't hate gay people. You know, I have friends that are gay. You know, just like Cliff Konecki says, like, do I wish that they, you know, would, you know, turn their life over and change their lives a little bit? Yeah, sure. Doesn't mean I hate them. I don't like the sin that they do, but I love them as a person. You know, not just because it's the commandment, but because I've also come to love them as an actual friend, you know, in a lot of cases. You know, I have a lot of friends that are along that line. Now, when it comes to trans people, I don't have friends that are trans because, one, they're so mentally ill that I do believe that they need to be put in a mental institution to then be made okay to be, you know, deemed okay to be released back into society. You know, these people are as bad as us men with the suicide rate. They also are very prone to commit violence and do all these other things that legitimately just give them a bad name. But instead of anybody doing anything, you know, proper with this, they go, oh, we'll just go ahead and exacerbate this problem further. These things are why, legitimately, I mean, when you think of, like, why Jesus is distressed in that moment. Like, and we think of like, oh yeah, he's seeing this. He's seeing all the way up to this point. He sees right now. He sees what we're doing wrong. And he's just going, why? Like, what did I not do for you guys to not bring you back this way? What we say. I feel like at times Jesus is probably thinking, what was the thing that I missed that got you guys to not join, to not just be like, he's right. Oh my gosh, right? Instead, everybody has to start fighting over, individual things like, between like, and again, I do have my own guilty accusations of doing this, but like between the Catholics, the Orthodox, all the other ones, but at the same time, it's that, okay, but if you don't have a Jesus that saves, a true gospel, you are in danger of potentially having your soul go to hell. So yes, as Christians, we're supposed to be the ones that give that ability to be like, hey, go to the right Jesus, things like that. We cannot force them to. We can only guide them, right? And it's a really, I think it's really hard at times to not so much remember that, but it's more so, I think, how do I want to put this, right? It's more so along the lines of like, you want best for everybody so badly that when you know that it would greatly help somebody just to, even like I said earlier, even if they weren't to accept Jesus in their life, to live their life by like the Bible, it would greatly improve the quality of their life. And if they could see that, that would be great. But a lot of them want to close themselves off because they hear the Bible and they instantly go, oh, patriarchy this, or man this, or control that. And it's like, yeah, you're supposed to have some self-control. You're supposed to take accountability, responsibility. You are supposed to actually, live a bit more pure life than the world allows. I mean, let's be real. I don't think God really wants everybody to have open relationships. He did just say in the beginning of the Bible to, a man to cleave his, to cleave away from his mother and father and to become one with his wife. To leave the mother and father and to cleave the flesh, to cleave with his wife to make one flesh, to become one flesh. That is ideally what we were supposed to do. It does not say that wife and then 16 other ones, okay? Or that wife and 14 other dudes and 2 other girls, right? And doing a gangbang. Doesn't say shit like that, okay? I think those things are what, dishonor and quite honestly are abominations to him. He says these things are, but people go, oh, but I want to be able to do these things. Why? And it's like, oh, well, because it makes me feel good. Does it? Really? Will all those STDs make you feel good too when you're fucking dying, and literally being like, oh my gosh, I wish I would have listened to XYZ person? Like, it's absolutely disgusting to see literally how fucking much people are willing to sell themselves and do things that are just absolutely disgusting and degenerative, but then they want respect. They want you to hold them up to a high esteem. And it's like, literally, when we think about what troubled Jesus to his core, the fact that not only are we sinful, ungrateful, degenerative pieces of shit, but we literally also crucified him. Okay? His death is on all of our hands. Because it's because of our sins, he had to die. Was that fair? No. So we all have to take responsibility and accountability for that. Now, whether or not a person is willing to is on them at the end of the day. But again, you can only lead the horse to the watering hole. You can't make it drink it. And I mean, obviously, like I said, the why and the what part of the question. I think that part of the question in our chat. I'm not gonna ask anybody to try to answer that one, because again, I think those are a little bit obvious about what those moments were, but because these are personal ones. But how can you identify with this anguish? You could either say, same. I don't need to have a super long answer if you don't want to. Because like again, if somebody disagrees with the idea, like what I said, about like most people probably agree with the idea of the fact that when they see, all the negative in the world, you're like, wow, Jesus died for this. It's like, this is why he was so upset. I think a lot of people could agree with that, right? But at the same time, if you want to add something more to it, please, by all means, anybody who's wanting to, go ahead. And again, I'll probably do this one last. This will be the last question here. This part right here, like, how can you identify with this, with his anguish? Sorry, how can you identify with his anguish? Um, and then I'll go to gaming, and so we'll end the stream over on YouTube. We'll keep it on Rumble, but we'll start it up on Kick. So Fox and JJ, if you guys want to, you guys can migrate over to Kick afterwards. But again, if anybody wants to answer the question, how can you identify with Jesus' anguish? From all of this, with the moment of coming into Jerusalem and then seeing, seeing everything that he's seeing, in that vision of how far Israel will fall, how far all we have fallen, and it's kind of like that, like, oh, why am I being sacrificed when these people won't even accept me still? Type of deal. And I don't think that's necessarily what he's really thinking, but it's that kind of an impression you almost feel like, like, why bother with these people? They don't, like, again, they're being just as bad as they were during the Tower of Babel era. So it's like, what good can come of this? And it's kind of like that moment where I feel like with Abraham, when he asked God, he's like, if you could find even one person, and you really have to make sure that you become a true believer, so that when that last day comes, you can be safe and secure knowing that you were a true believer of Jesus, and not just doing it because of culture, or maybe you're doing it because, oh man, that girl that you really like, she's a Christian. Maybe you're doing it because you really want to impress mom and dad, things like that. These are not reasons to become Christian. Can maybe they be, good starts at least, so that way at least you started to do it, and then maybe it can change and develop into something different later? Yeah, sure. Can't deny that. But I think that you got to be careful, though, because if you're not developing something like that later on, then you didn't join for the right reasons. And he does say that what will happen to those types of people, they'll be like, Lord, Lord, did I not, call in your name? Did I not believe in you? Blah, blah, blah. He'll be like, be gone from me, for I never known you. Do you really want to be those people? Like, I don't think I want to be that person. It's like, at the end of the day, it's knowing that we fall short of what we're supposed to do, because quite literally, we can never live up to his expectations. But we can always just try and strive to do them every day, right? The biggest one, the most important one, is loving one another, right? We're all children of God. He created all of us. So, I know somebody like, well, no, my parents did. Yes, through the fact that God gave the ability for us to procreate. Thank you. Thank you for proving my point. You know what I mean? Like, so stupid. I hate when people do that. But yeah. Let's see. Anybody got an answer? Still waiting. Still nothing. Really. Okay, this is what I mean, guys. What the fuck? Even doing this as a hobby. Again, how the fuck am I supposed to keep doing this shit as a hobby when none of you will talk? Like, I do not get this shit. Well, again, that's not necessarily what I would say that it means. Again, it means like, how could you identify with the anguish that he's feeling in that moment by not necessarily something that you've been through, but by looking at the way the world is. Because again, as it says, when he's troubled to his core, and you go through the reading, it's because he sees this vision of Israel. He sees how they're going to reject him as king. They're going to fall from grace still. They're going to continue to go about their ways. And then on top of that, like I said, I argue that he can see even to this day and see what we're all doing still right now. Right, and that's, again, like I was saying, like that's what I see him being, distressed by, is stuff like that. And that's why I made the comment, earlier that if anybody ever they felt the same way exactly, then yeah, you could just say the same thing like that. I mean, yeah, I would feel anguish with how the world is right now and how our society is. Well, yeah, because again, we don't live a Christian life. Our society doesn't, right? Individually, people do. But even though we call ourselves a Christian nation, on average, I don't think there's that many Christians actually, abroad in America as often or as much as there once was. We started off as Puritans for the most part, coming over here. And over that course of 250 years, we've had this great nation. This is what we've gotten to. So, yeah, and I do agree with that. That is why, I say that he looked and saw the future and it was like, man, these people even like, thousands of years later, man, they're still just not going to get it. And it's just like, he's not wrong. It's like, maybe if we got our shit together just a little bit better, maybe then, we could live a bit of a better life than what we have before. Because it's not even just I don't think. It's like you can know that he's not happy with the way we've lived. Him and the Father. It's like, we still worship idols. We worship ourselves. I wouldn't even say that we disobey the commandments. We reject the commandments most of the time. Look how many people steal. Look how many people dishonor their mother and father. Look how many people are quite literally coveting their brother's wife. These things all too often happen. And it's like the commandments became the checklist of how to do Satan's doing and bidding. And then you have people that are foolish to be like, well, Satan doesn't exist. Really? Because I look around and I'm pretty damn sure that he does. You see the actions of so many people and the inaction of so many people. And you have to start to wonder, where did we all go wrong after his sacrifice? Right? We know up to a certain point in the Bible where things kind of went wrong. But even past that, where did we go wrong? When did we stop really believing? Like, when did we become this group of people who also became a giant bunch of pushovers and let one of the most heinous religions take over the world? And then on top of that, they tell us openly in podcasts and their fucking, Discord calls that get publicized, all these things, that they are here to take over. Once they do, they will subjugate all of us. If you are not a Christian or a Jew, I do believe you don't get the ideally to pay the jizya tax and stuff like that. You will either have to convert or die. Just like, we'll either have to convert or we'll have to pay a tax or we'll die. So again, it's one of those things where it's kind of like, okay, but why the hell is this somehow a utopia to these people? Like, I think anybody else could be like, yeah, that sounds like shit. Like, literally. And I think if you convert to their religion at that point, you take on the mark of the beast and you will be killed. Just like this digital ID shit. I think that it's just going to be another form of the mark of the beast. I don't think that it really specifies how many marks of the beast there'll be. That there might be a lot of them. There's a lot of things that just don't seem right sometimes when you look at it. And you're like, I don't know about that. And of course you have people who are like, yo, man, it's the future. The only future that at this point I care about anymore is the future of literally, hopefully, that us as a mankind can be saved. But we actually start coming together and doing that. Versus just being like, man, I wish I could be saved. We start actually saving each other. Loving each other. And bringing each other together in a way that hasn't been done in so long. I'm trying to think of there's something else I was really wanting to add to that there, but I don't know, it kind of fluttered out of the head there at the last moment. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to switch over to Kick instead of YouTube. So it'll be Kick and Rumble. And I'm probably just going to play a little bit of it's either going to be top of 1 or 2, or I might even just go ahead and maybe do one of the other ones. Not sure what I might end up doing, but it'll be definitely one of the PlayStation 5 games that I have. Tomorrow, if I end up doing a game stream, it'll be some maybe Helldivers or something over on the PC, but that'll be about it on that side. I just don't feel like I could do a multiplayer game tonight. I'd be too tired to do it. So I think I might do Tomba 2. That's just because I'm a little tired and stuff like that. Tomba 1, I'm at that point where I actually have to really use my brain a little bit. Because I'm still trying to do the 130 event clear thing. That's one of the achievements in the game. So that's going to be a big one right there. Now, before we head on out, what I'm going to do real quick, guys, is I'm going to put my link in the chat for Kick. All right. There you guys go. There is the link for you guys, so that way if anybody wants to, you guys can all come and check it out. And come hang out with us as we game over on Kick. So I wanted to do that before I close that all out. And then I'm going to go ahead and BRB the screen really fast, guys, because I got to go switch over the HDMI cords, and I will be on the PlayStation 5 in just 1 second. I'm also gonna go grab some more pizza real quick too, guys. I'll be right back. You know what? Actually, let's go ahead and start up some Cyberpunk, actually. Let's do that for the night.
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood, thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed, cause the NCPD will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teens scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.